government. So we have seen how multiple times Pakistan has been denying this, but yes, we have evidence. We have all the proofs, and like Munish was also telling us that in the last 24 hours, our security agencies have been able to gather undeniable allegations against Pakistan, and certainly we will go all out against Pakistan and tell them as to how their involvement is there in this terror attack also, because it is the biggest ever terror attack carried out against civilians since 26/11. We remember that when last time in year 2000 when Bill Clinton, the then American president was to visit India on March 21 to 24. On March 20th, the dastardly attack was carried out in Anantnag, where around 36 Sikhs were massacred, and at that time also Pakistan had denied. I'm
surprised. You're right.
Is concerned, we are now seeing how this attack has taken place at a time when U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance was on his visit, and then this attack has been carried out. So clearly, Pakistan wants to send out a message to international community. But yes, India is certainly going to take actions, and for that, the assurance has already been made by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh.
Pakistan should actually be called Denialistan if it's not called Terroristan, because that is exactly what that radical Islamist state sponsor of terror is. But Jitendra, मैं आपसे समझना चाहता हूँ समय कि किस तरह के सबूत भारत के पास हैं, क्योंकि वैसे तो दुनिया को कन्विंस करने की, बताने की आवश्यकता है नहीं, दुनिया पीड़ित है पाकिस्तान प्रायोजित आतंकवाद से, लेकिन किस तरह के सबूत भारत के पास हैं इस समय?
और देखिए गौरव, भारत के पास इस वक्त पुख्ता सबूत इस हमले को लेकर के आ चुके हैं, जो हमारे सूत्र बताते हैं, क्योंकि जो सैफुल्ला कसूरी है उसके बारे में जानकारी मिली है कि रावलकोट में 2 लश्कर के आतंकवादी जो कमांडर हैं उनके साथ इसकी बैठक हुई, और वही एक बड़ा मास्टरमाइंड है उसके बारे में जानकारी मिली। ये आतंकी जो है ये कुछ दिन पहले पहले से ही जम्मू कश्मीर में घुस चुके थे। 2 जो पाकिस्तानी आतंकी हैं जिनके बारे में पता चल रहा है कि वो पश्तो लैंग्वेज बोल रहे थे। सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज जब उस इलाके में पहुंची और जब उन्होंने वहां के लोकल से बात किया तो उन्होंने जानकारी दिया कि पश्तो लैंग्वेज में आपस में बातचीत कर रहे थे। तो इस तरीके से कि पाकिस्तान से भेजे गए ये आतंकी जो हैं इनके बारे में जानकारी सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज के पास आ चुकी। एनआईए को रोप इन किया गया इस पूरे इलाके में, एनआईए वहां पर मौजूद है। इस पूरे केस को लेकर के आईजी स्तर के अधिकारी हैं, एक डीआईजी, एसपी एनआईए के मौजूद हैं। इस पूरे केस को एनआईए की तरफ से पूरा देखा जाएगा। जिस तरीके से हमने देखा कि पुलवामा में अटैक हुआ था, उस दौरान एनआईए ने सीधे सीधे तौर पर जो पाकिस्तान में बैठे आतंकी हैं, जैश ए मोहम्मद के आतंकी, उन आतंकवादियों का पूरी तरीके से इसमें हाथ था। तो यहाँ पर जिस तरीके से लश्कर ए तैयबा का जो मुखौटा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है टीआरएफ, उसका सीधे सीधे तौर पर हाथ आ रहा है, और सैफुल्ला कसूरी जो है एक बड़ा आतंकी मास्टरमाइंड है जो कि लगातार आतंकियों को रेडिकलाइज करता है। उसके साथ साथ वो भारत भेजने के लिए जो यहाँ के ओवरग्राउंड वर्कर हैं उनको फंडिंग भी करता है। तो इस तरीके की जानकारी सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज के पास आ चुकी है, जिसको लेकर के एनआईए अब इस पर एक्शन आने समय में लेगी।
जी, यही दुर्भाग्य है कि धर्म के नाम पर आतंक का खेल खेलता है ये कुटिल देश पाकिस्तान। एंड मुनीश, आई वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस फ्रॉम यू इन ग्रेटर डिटेल, बिकॉज एज फार एज गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इज कंसर्न्ड, one Balakot clearly in 2019 wasn't enough to send across that message to Pakistan's military jihad infrastructure that there will be costs on terror. Or are we to understand that every army chief in Pakistan thinks that he is the Mohammed bin Qasim incarnate? Every Pakistani army chief thinks he is the Muhammad Ghori and Mahmood of Ghazni incarnate, that he will come and he will win Kashmir or India. That is their mindset, and Asim Munir perhaps is amongst the worst of the lot. If we were to understand India's strategy, since you've been speaking to your sources, what is the way India intends to move forward from this point in dealing with Pakistan terror?
Well, Gaurav, one thing is very clear. Thinking that Pakistan is going to act on the evidence given by India or Indian intelligence agencies, it won't be right, because we have seen in 2011 terror attack case also, when India presented the evidence before the Pakistan, they denied. Gaurav, you remember that video of Ajmal Kasab,
yes,
where he, on camera, he accepted that he is from Pakistan. He came to India and he killed the innocent people in Taj Hotel. But again, Pakistan denied. We sent a reporter in Pakistan who identified where Kasab was living in Pakistan, but again, Pakistan denied. Not only that, in 2611 case or even in train blast case, we sent the details of those Pakistani individuals who crossed the borders, came to India, and did the terror attack. But Pakistan has been in denial again. But this time, I think India is preparing to give a befitting reply to Pakistan, because Pakistan is not going to learn lesson if there is a, if there is a diplomatic pressure from India, because Pakistan is isolated. The entire world knows the face of Pakistan, right from US to European countries. Every country has come in support of India, even in this, Pahalgam attack. But as far as Pakistan is concerned, they are isolated in the eyes of all the important countries, but they are not going to act, and that is why it is expected that based on the evidence, the government is going to act very strictly against Pakistan this time.
You know, Pakistani terror has been bleeding India for decades, but somewhere down the line, Piyush, will the Prime Minister also be talking about perhaps internally how we need to strengthen the security grid, and how the security grid wasn't in place at all in Jammu and Kashmir, and especially in Pahelgam, which was literally bursting at the seams when it comes to these terrorists. What more can you tell us about where internally there were so many places where India has been found wanting?
Well, certainly, a lot of challenges have come in front after this attack because, when the tourists were there enjoying the scenic beauty of Kashmir, they are at meadows in Mughal Garden. What we are now given to understand is that in the periphery of that entire area, there was not enough presence of security forces. So now the country needs to identify these spots. We'll have to also look into the challenges which it faces. Whenever there is a peak in tourism, whenever there is a peak in tourist season, so there are multiple things on which the government will have to work on. And in this meeting, which is right now going on, the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting, we can certainly expect Home Minister Amit Shah and Rajnath Singh and Defence Minister Rajnath Singh to brief Prime Minister about the current situation, and also point out the challenges which the government is also facing as far as the security apparatus is concerned. Also,
clearly,
it's
deployment.
very much important to highlight about the involvement of local support to these terrorists. So there are multiple things on which the discussions will be focused on. We'll have to see what happens after this meeting comes to an end.
Because so far, जितेंद्र, मैं समझना चाहता हूं कि 2019 के बाद से जब एक बार बालाकोट में वो प्रिवेंटिव एयर स्ट्राइक्स हो गई, उसके बाद से यह पाया गया कि पुलवामा में लोकल सपोर्ट आतंकवादियों को मिलता था, और उस लोकल सपोर्ट को खत्म करने के लिए और खासतौर पर अनुच्छेद 370 हटने के बाद इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट की रेड, इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट की रेड, सीबीआई की रेड, तमाम तलाशी, प्रयास यह था कि आतंकवादियों के पास जो पैसा आता है, जो ओजीडब्ल्यू या ओवरग्राउंड वर्कर के पास पैसा आता है, उसको सिस्टम से सक आउट कर लिया जाए, उसको सिस्टम से निकाल दिया जाए। पैसा नहीं होगा तो पत्थरबाजी नहीं होगी। तो गनीमत यह है कि ईश्वर की कृपा से पत्थरबाजी तो रुक गई, लेकिन आतंक को समर्थन क्या यह धर्म के नाम पर अभी भी मिल रहा है? क्या आतंक के समर्थन की कमर तोड़ने में अभी भी सरकार सफल नहीं हो पाई है, जितेंद्र?
और देखिए गौरव, जिस तरीके से आतंकवादियों ने वहां पर कृत्य किया है, उन्होंने धर्म पूछ करके, नाम पूछ करके गोलियां चलाई हैं। ऐसे में ये लगता है कि आतंकवादियों के जिस तरीके के मंसूबे थे, कुछ उसी तरीके का सपोर्ट उसको वहां से लोकल जो ओवरग्राउंड वर्कर हैं उनसे मिल रहा था। हालांकि एनआईए की तरफ से कई बार एक्शन किए गए, चाहे वो टीआरएफ का या फिर जैश ए मोहम्मद या लश्कर के आतंकियों के जो ओवरग्राउंड वर्कर रहे हैं, उनके खिलाफ कई बार एक्शन किए गए। एफआईआर भी एनआईए की तरफ से दर्ज किया गया और रेड्स भी कई बार मारे गए। लेकिन जो जो ओवरग्राउंड वर्कर हैं उनको किस तरीके से जो आतंकी कमांडर्स हैं जो पाक अधिकृत कश्मीर या फिर पाकिस्तान में मौजूद हैं वो रेडिकलाइज कर रहे हैं। फंडिंग जो उनको हो रही है उसको एजेंसीज जो है पूरी तरीके से रोकने में कामयाब नहीं हो रही। इसी वजह से हमने देखा कि पिछले कुछ दिनों में जो पहले हथियार भेजने का उनका तरीका होता था उस तरीके को उन्होंने पूरी तरीके से अलग सिस्टम अपनाया और ड्रोन के जरिए हथियार भेजने का। जम्मू रीजन में भी ड्रोन के जरिए कई बार हथियार और पिस्टल्स जो हैं वो पकड़े गए हैं। तो एजेंसीज इस बात को लेकर के देख रही हैं कि जो ओवरग्राउंड वर्कर हैं वो किस तरीके से। एक जानकारी ये भी है कि जो हाइब्रिड टेररिस्ट हैं वो पूरी तरीके से बहुत ज्यादा खतरा पैदा करते हैं इस इलाके में, क्योंकि वैसे आतंकी जो पहले सिविलियन की तरह उन इलाकों में रहते हैं और अचानक से ओवरग्राउंड वर्कर या फिर आतंकी अटैक कर देते हैं और टारगेटेड किलिंग करने में इन हाइब्रिड आतंकियों का पूरा हाथ रहता है। तो ये लोग जो है पाकिस्तान से जो आतंकी आते हैं उनको ये पूरी तरीके से संरक्षण देते हैं। आज हमने एक खुफिया एजेंसी के अधिकारी से बातचीत किया, उनकी तरफ से कहा गया कि पूरी तरीके से हम लोग जो इनके ऊपर टेक्निकल सर्विलांस बैठा करके रखते थे, मोबाइल से इनकी जो बातचीत होती थी उन तमाम चीजों पर नजर रखा जाता था। अब इन्होंने पूरी तरीके से ये बातचीत करना बंद कर दिया है और इनके जो ओवरग्राउंड वर्कर हैं वो मैसेज, चिट्ठी और इस तरीके से लेकर के जाते हैं। अटैक कहां करना है उसको जानकारी ये लोग माउथ टू माउथ देते हैं। तो एक तरीके का नया प्लान इनकी तरफ से तैयार किया गया है
बहुत
जो
महत्वपूर्ण
एजेंसीज के लिए एक बड़ा सिरदर्द है और एजेंसीज इसको लेकर के भी काम कर रहे हैं।
Munish, stay with me, and I want to talk to our team, and I want our viewers to understand these terms. Hybrid terrorist. He could be like you and I during the day, working in maybe a restaurant, maybe some office, maybe a school teacher, maybe a professor, may just be a police officer, maybe some other service, maybe somewhere else, but a terrorist, and he moonlights as a terrorist. So he'll carry out a terror attack, he'll be given a weapon, carry out a terror attack, return that weapon and come back in mainstream. हमारी आस्तीन में असल सांप जो है ना वो यही हाइब्रिड टेररिस्ट है, सिटिंग अमंगस्ट अस एंड ब्लीडिंग अस, द ओवरग्राउंड वर्कर and the hybrid terrorist. These are terms we will decode with our analysts and experts. And Munish, stay with me. But I want to take our viewers to what happened at Pahelgam, because every Indian must know this. These terrorists had specific targets in mind. They deliberately chose the meadow in Pahelgam. Why? It's away from the roadhead and not just a couple of meters or 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 20 minutes walk. If you walk slow, it's an hour away, otherwise half an hour to 45 minutes away. So they know, and the internet signal very poor there, phone connectivity extremely poor there. That is something for the telecom minister now to look into. But I'll also tell you the flip side of that story in a moment. But understand this: phone connectivity poor, network poor, takes 45 minutes to go there. The moment terrorists carried out that terror attack, it took more than 45 minutes for that information to filter down to the security forces. Why weren't they deployed there is the big question when there are hundreds of tourists there. One chowki, 10 police personnel or CRPF personnel, one QRT. There are many questions that remain unanswered. But then do keep in mind the terrorists, sadly, they're a step ahead of our security forces in Kashmir. At least this incident seems to indicate that.
These are the faces of terror. The Pakistan-backed terrorists who opened fire at unsuspecting tourists. 3 of them, Asif Fauji, Suleiman Shah and Abu Talha, were part of the LAT proxy Falcon squad. Probe agencies have released these sketches of the terrorists. Forensic analysis and survivor testimonies have revealed shattering details. Terrorists used military-grade weapons, suggesting that the attackers were well-equipped and well-trained. They used advanced communication devices, indicating coordination and external logistical support. The precision and planning of the attack points to involvement of trained handlers, not local amateurs. Intelligence intercepts point to direct links between the attackers and Pakistan-based operatives. Digital footprints of the attackers have been traced to safe houses in Muzaffarabad and Karachi. Pahalgam terrorists had clear targets in mind. They chose Baisaran Valley deliberately, a non-motorable area, knowing that there will be no place for tourists to hide and that rescue will take time. Were government officials and families primary targets of terrorists? Sources have told India Today that it was specific operation as some government officials and families were on a group vacation in Pahelgam. Terrorists checked identity cards before killing victims. Some government officials are also among those injured. 3 judges of Kerala High Court are also among the survivors. They left Pahelgam hours before the attack. India has vowed a strong and befitting response.
और हम सिर्फ उन लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है, हम उन तक भी पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं। मैं इस मंच से देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करता हूं, घटना के मद्देनजर भारत सरकार वो हर कदम उठाएगी जो जरूरी और उपयुक्त होगा।
All eyes now are on India's response. What will it be and when? With Munish Pandey and Manjeet Negi, Bureau Report, India Today.
And I want to take you straight to Karnal in Haryana. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal's mortal remains have just reached home, and it seems the entire city, entire Karnal, has come out to pay their last respects to the brave young Indian Navy officer who was killed by these Pakistani terrorists in Pahelgam. He just got married last week. On the 16th, they got married. Incidentally, from what friends are telling India Today, that they wanted to go overseas for their honeymoon. There were some issues with the visa, so they decided to go to Kashmir instead. I want to bring in my colleague Asim Basi. Asim, it seems entire Karnal, or more than Karnal, it seems the entire Haryana is there to pay their last respects to this brave son of our country.
Yeah, everybody's in pain, and in Karnal, Vinay Narwal is known for his popularity, for being a very, very sincere guy, and it is very sad that the way he has been killed. He just got married last week, and here are the visuals you can see outside the house of Vinay Narwal in Sector 7 of Karnal, where the people have gathered in big number. Even the naval officials have come in big number because he is the lieutenant of the Indian Navy, and very soon his dead body has been taken inside the house, and very soon, in few minutes, his dead body will be placed in this van and he will be taken to the local crematorium for the cremation. And we spoke to his grandfather in the morning, his maternal uncle in the morning, and they all said that Vinay was a very brave person, and he always wanted to serve the nation by joining the forces, either military or Air Force or Navy. So eventually he joined the Navy. I will tell you that this is the same family which is in a happy mode last week, because on 16th of April, Vinay Narwal got married, and on 19th of April there was a reception party of the couple, and thereafter they went to Kashmir for the honeymoon. But nobody knew that this would happen, this tragic incident would happen out there. And yes, a lot of people from Karnal have come out of the houses, come out of the streets to the house of Vinay Narwal to express their solidarity with the family. And a few minutes back, when the dead body of Vinay Narwal came, there was a huge protest against Pakistan. Everybody was raising slogans against Pakistan. The family was demanding an action against Pakistan. And it clearly shows the kind of anger and the kind of pain not only the family is going through, but every Indian is going through after this kind of an attack which has taken place and left everybody shocked that how innocent tourists who had gone for some fun, some holiday, for a good time there with their families, near ones and dear ones, and how this entire thing happened. And many of the people who were roaming there in Pahalgam were targeted, and 28 innocent tourists were gunned down. You can see now the slogans, Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
Oh, absolutely.
These are the scenes here in Karnal where
You know,
Vinay Nawal lived all
true
his life.
Bharat Mata ki Jai would be when you can keep India safe from Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. Okay, this breaking news that's coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. I quickly want to cut across to Kulgam, where breaking news is coming in. An encounter has broken out between security forces and suspected terrorists. This is in the Tanmarg area. It is in the Tanmarg area in Kulgam, where we are told a top Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist, remember Lashkar-e-Taiba, ever since 2019 is trying to peddle a secular name called the Resistance Front, so that the hackles of the world are not raised when the real name Lashkar-e-Taiba is known to the world. So we're told there's an encounter underway. I want to cut across to Ashraf Vani, who gets us more on the story. Ashraf, what more can you tell us about the terrorist who's trapped and the encounter that's on?
Absolutely, Gaurav. Basically, this is a major success so far for the security forces within hours after the heinous terror incident in the Pahelgam. The security forces have managed to establish a contact with one of the top Lashkar commanders in the Kulgam, who was hiding in the Tangmarg area of Kulgam district in South Kashmir. This village, Tangmarg, is a forested area. It is far from the Kulgam town, and it is believed that the Lashkar commander with one of his associates probably is hiding in that particular area. There is exchange of fire currently going on. Security forces have cornered this specific area where this encounter is going on and have sealed all the exit and entry points towards that area, so that these terrorists could not manage to flee from the area if they are one or two. But currently the exchange of fire from the both sides going on, and the additional forces rushing to the spot so that this Lashkar commander could be neutralized, and it will be a big relief for those all victims who had been killed in the Pahalgam terror attack.
Ashraf, for the moment, many thanks for joining me on this. While it's important to kill terrorists who are caught here, do keep in mind these terrorists, they're the lowest of the low in that terror hierarchy. They are extras. They are like the scum of the earth anyways, but then they're like pruning leaves and branches of the terror tree with roots in Pakistan. Lieutenant General KJS Dhillon, former Kashmir Corps commander, and Lieutenant General Satish Dua, former Kashmir Corps commander. I have two former Kashmir Corps commanders joining me on this special broadcast, and two men who have great experience on ground in Jammu and Kashmir. I've interacted with them while they were co-commanders, and very difficult phase. General Dua, when the terrorist was killed in Anantnag, and General Dhillon, General Tiny Dhillon, when that Pulwama terror attack happened, and when Balakot happened and counter-terror operations were initiated after that in a huge way. General Dua, if I may, even if a Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist here is killed, isn't that like just pruning the branches of the terror tree? There'll be another one, and there'll be many more. What more needs to be done this time for India to send across that message, enough is enough?
Gaurav, you're right. It's such a sad day. I mean, yesterday, the kind of carnage that we've seen. You are right to say that if you kill a few terrorists, then somebody more will come. His place will be taken by somebody else. However, we can't let the terrorists get away.
Absolutely.
Whenever we have information, we have to act on all the information. And especially now, the hunt is on for all the terrorists, whether they perpetrated the yesterday's carnage or not. So we have to have operations in Pahalgam, around anywhere in Kashmir, South Kashmir, anywhere. So this is the area of Tangmarg where this is happening, and it must be brought to fruition. It is closer to Gulmarg, actually.
Yes.
And but the point, the question that you raise, and that's the main point. Should it happen? So this is the only operations. I think we cannot be content by doing operations in Pahalgam or around Pahalgam or only in Kashmir. It has to spill over beyond Pahalgam. It has to spill over perhaps beyond Kashmir. If they can kill tourists, which is a low because it has never been done before. Normally, terrorists do not kill tourists or attack tourists because they actually provide livelihood to all the local people.
Yes.
Okay. Having said that, when we lost 18 brave hearts in Udi, when I was the corps commander.
Yes.
Now I'm answering, in response to your question. Mr. Parikar, late Mr. Parikar, the defense minister, landed up that very day.
Yes.
Much against my protestations, actually. So he landed up that very day. He wanted to go to Udi. Udi operation was still on. And right there, the army chief was there, Northern Army commander was there. Right there, he gave permission to launch what is now known as surgical strike. That was a bold response. And this time we see that the home minister landed up that very day. The NSA, the defense minister has been there, and we read between the lines of, in fact, we don't have to read between the lines. The defense minister has very clearly said, हम उनको जिन्होंने इसको अंजाम दिया उनको तो हम उनके ऊपर तो ऑपरेशन होगा, उनको तो we'll bring them to justice. But we will also, जो पर्दे के पीछे जिन्होंने जो इसको प्लानिंग करते हैं, the pointer is very clear. Who's perpetrating this?
Absolutely.
It is very clear. And so we have to have a bold response.
Bold response is required right now. And General Dhillon, in your appreciation, I have one co-commander who was with me when the surgical strike happened. I have one co-commander with me when the airstrikes in Balakot happened. So I want to understand from you, yet Pakistan continues to bleed India. So what next? What should India's next response be? Kinetic, non-kinetic, or both and more? General Tiny Dhillon, sir.
Gaurav, good evening to you and good evening to your viewers, as also to good evening to General Dua. And I agree with General Dua's points. And now specifically answering your question, what response? As General Dua said, killing of this terrorist in Kashmir is an ongoing thing. It's not going to get anywhere. This will continue. The army will continue to do this operation. Security forces will continue to do this operation. What is most important is the main players who carried out this. And the main player is the Pakistan army.
Yes.
This operation was carried out with military precision, which only a military person can make a plan like this. No, like you narrated everything. It's an isolated, tourist place. It is away from the roadhead. There's a poor connectivity. And Vice President of USA is in our country. Our Prime Minister is in Saudi Arabia. Any big action in Kashmir will hog the limelights and bring Kashmir back to the front burner. And now connect this to what Army Chief of Pakistan said a few days ago.
Yes.
He said Kashmir is a jugular vein for them. And exactly that has happened. He said Hindus and Muslims or Islam are two different people and they cannot be, their Islam is superior and words to that effect. And exactly that happened. The terrorists segregated the Hindus from others and killed them in cold blood. Now you see, this Asim Munir had given this indication that this is how they are going to handle Kashmir. That means this planning was already in the pipeline and he was aware of it. Now coming to what response, as you said. Response has to be very, very tough, big, and at the time and place of one's choosing against the Pakistan army.
Against the Pakistan army.
Because it must be there where it hurts, where it pains, and where it bleeds.
Okay.
And it has to be a whole of nation approach. It has to be a whole of nation response. Military option will be part of that whole of nation approach. When I say whole of the nation approach, in addition to the military options, there will be diplomatic options, there will be political options, there will be economic options, and there will be options which we can't discuss on the TV and which can be reignited.
I want to understand when people say that India should relook the Indus Water Treaty, General Dua. What does that mean and what would that do to Pakistan? Because they would perhaps run to some international court, they would run to some international body and they would say for a terror attack, we're trying to starve Pakistan's people, population, agriculture. What does relooking the Indus Water Treaty mean in your appreciation?
Gaurav, for that, I beg your pardon, for that, we have to have two things. One is a resolve or an intent to do that, to use the Indus Water Treaty as an upper riparian state, to use that as leverage. And second, we have to create capacities.
Yes.
It takes a long time to be able to create capacities that we can use water as leverage, because dams on such rivers take a long gestation period, and we have to create that ability to be able to do that.
And we anyway have run of the river dams. Yeah, go on, sir.
Yeah, no, but let me tell you, there is a better option.
Yes.
Because in the same Indus Water Treaty, in all the rivers, the upper 3 rivers, including Indus, we are entitled, India is to get 20%, is 19.58%, approximately 20% of the water share is ours.
Yes.
But do you know that we are unable to actually utilize our 20% itself? If we start utilizing what is within the treaty also, we utilize our 20%, Pakistan's Punjab, the farmer will be up in arms because their crop will then suffocate.
Yes.
Now we need to use that very smartly. And yes, you got a point. If we have to create those capacities, so that we should be able to say that we hold this leverage. If Pakistan can go to such low, and the kind of terror, the killing of civilians, soldiers, mutilating bodies, I mean, what not they've done. So I think you're right. We can create capacities in the long run, but in the short term, we need to at least utilize our own water, which itself will have a telling effect on the Pakistan-Punjab farmers.
Okay, so that's point 1. Point 2, yes, General Dillon wants to come in, because I want to discuss kinetic options and I want to discuss non-kinetic options, because Pakistan's military jihad infrastructure must pay, and perhaps in Pakistan's Punjab province, General Dillon.
Yeah, Gaurav, exactly the point which you made about Indus Water Treaty, and General Dua explained the whole thing. For the benefit of your viewers, I want to explain the geographical aspects of it.
Sir.
The grain of the country in our part of the world is from northeast to southwest.
Yes.
That means the water which starts in Ladakh goes into the Arabian Sea somewhere in the province of Sindh in Pakistan.
Yes.
That means if the upper 3 rivers, as Jandua is referring to, if we block the water or if we even cut down the water will flow northwest of Pakistani Punjab. And with the grain being northeast to southwest, there no way they can bring the water of these rivers into the province of Punjab without constructing additional rivers like BRBL and that Bediya Canal.
Yes.
So that is why upper 3 rivers, if we stop the water, the Punjabi Pakistani Musalman will starve of water and the crops.
Yes.
It is very important in the long term we build capacities to harness that water which is ours and bring it to our part of Punjab, Haryana, Himachal, and down to Delhi and Western UP and Rajasthan. Therefore, this is the thing which will hurt Pakistan for generations.
Yes.
The Pakistani Punjab will become a desert if we can do this in the long run. And this is a very viable option remaining within the international norms.
Okay.
Also, I thought I will give this additional point of the grain of the country for the benefit of the viewers.
Oh, absolutely. Because, water for Pakistan cannot be more important than blood of Indians. And I want to bring in General Raj Shukla, former army commander, somebody who's war-gamed, dealing with Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror for decades. And General, your appreciation, what would options be before the Cabinet Committee on Security today in terms of India's options to send across a message to Pakistan? Terror is no longer acceptable to India.
So, Gaurav, thank you. I have no idea of what the Cabinet Committee on Security is discussing. I simply don't know. But I have a view on the matter. And just let me say what I think could be done or should be done. You see, this is a straight message from General Asif Munir, the ISI and the Pak Army, which is challenging the restoration of normalcy in J&K, restoration of democracy. In fact, it's a challenge to Indian democracy. They have done this in the past and we responded. Surgical strikes were done when General Dua was the commander. If I remember right, when Tiny Dillon was the GOC 15 Corps, we responded by way of Balakot. And those worked for a while. They worked for a pretty long time. So the point I'm making is that credible military responses work. Now the time is very clear to re-establish military deterrence.
Okay.
And while we must do everything, I mean, I've heard diplomatic options, Indus Water Treaty. I'm no expert on the Indus Water Treaty. But at the moment, the thing that is foremost in my mind is a sophisticated, calibrated military response.
Okay.
Now, what the precise metrics of that response could be, it could be limited, it could stretch across domains, but the message has to go straight to General Asim Munir, his ISI apparatus, the perpetrators behind this, that listen, next time the thought crosses your mind, you think 6 times. Is
Okay.
it possible to convert this into a military possibility? Very much. Are there risks involved? Certainly. We can de-risk those responses to the extent possible, but I think we have no option. We have to go for it. And just one short point I wish to make.
Go on, sir.
You know, look at the, shall I use this word? I don't know, the stupidity of Pakistani statecraft.
Yes.
If they thought that they will turn the spotlight on Kashmir, they have ended up turning the spotlight on themselves.
Oh, absolutely.
The entirely international community is saying that look at this pariah state on terror, and therefore can we follow it up to another level?
That's the pariah state.
Diplomatic,
Unfortunately, they've done it each time. They've done it each time. I've unfortunately run out of time on this part of the show, but this is a story we'll be tracking very, very closely. Gentlemen, for joining me here on India Today, many thanks. So that CCS is on, 7:30 is the briefing, and we'll get you the latest here on India Today. Quick break, back with lots more. Stay with us.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion. Edge out the ordinary.
While covering news, there is no room for fluff. No distractions. No dodging the truth. No blanks, no misfires. Just sharp, fearless journalism.
Every story, every debate, every question, straight to the point.
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion. Edge out the ordinary.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. CM Omar calls for cabinet meeting to discuss Pahelgam attack. Supreme Court refuses to stay BPSC mains exam. Earthquake of magnitude 6.2 hits Turkey.
The multiple massacre and terror attack that have happened in Pahalgam. The death toll rising to 28. This is the Srinagar airport. We are reporting chaos and commotion there, primarily because there are hordes of tourists who are heading back to their respective states. It's understandable. It's understandable that the concern, the fear many of them may feel. Tourists are rushing now from the Kashmir Valley after the terror attack. There's a massive rush being reported on the Srinagar airport. Flights that are being immediately booked for return. Remember when the details came in of the deceased? A young widow from Uttar Pradesh, one from Maharashtra. A 47-year-old Manjunath was shot dead in front of his wife. They were from Karnataka. Haryana. This is about Indian identity, Hindu identity, and all across states that this chaos has happened. That image on your screen, look at that.
You okay? You need a water, sir?
While remember that it is, of course, a tourist destination, but it's understandable that people feel the concern and the fear. What exactly happened? How and why did the terrorists target innocent civilians, tourists, innocent Hindu civilians in Pahelgam? The terror attack has left behind grieving families and from different states. Irrespective of the state they belong to, their identities were checked, confirmed when they realized that the men, especially the Hindu men, could not recite the kalma. They realized they are not from the Muslim community, and then they were shot dead. The women were left to go and tell the world, mocking them, taunting them.
that they have been spared to go tell the story. It's a clear reminder to me that since the 1990s, when the Kashmiri Pandits were killed in a similar manner, that strategy hasn't changed. I say a lot has changed in the Kashmir Valley in the past few years. A lot of peace, normalcy, and perhaps it looked like that the paradise was returning. But Pakistan ensuring that everyone in Kashmir, in and rest of India will also be targeted. Chaos and commotion at the Srinagar airport. People are leaving after the dust of the terror attack. And I keep saying that's a massacre because it was deliberate, targeted after identifying them. Remember the victims included from Uttar Pradesh, Odisha, Haryana, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. What does this mean?
Have been on the cabinet
this wasn't
on
about the
security
state differences we often fight about.
What's taking place right now?
But
you
about
can see
Indian
Prime
identity,
Minister chairing
about
this
Hindu
meeting.
identity.
All eyes on this particular meet, viewers. India is plunged in grief.
So look at that. You can
and
see long
now
queues.
There is
and,
a sense
because of
that
course,
retribution,
I've been, to Srinagar and I keep traveling
revenge,
there.
all
airport
of that. But what would be India's response right
it's
now
a reflection
being discussed?
That perhaps there's a reason that you see so much chaos. People understand, especially if you have women and children with you, you do not want to risk it on a holiday like this. People are leaving right away. What does this mean? This impacts Kashmiri's economy, Kashmiri's livelihood, and a reminder that Pakistan clearly doesn't mean well, even for the local
after meeting the injured, and now this high security meeting taking place. The Cabinet Committee on Security meet on Suez. The Home Minister, Defence Minister,
as you
NSA,
tune into India today
right
now, a reminder for you. These are not statistics. 28 people dead.
Minister of
means
External Affairs,
28 families destroyed forever.
Everybody
victims from Uttar
attending.
Pradesh, Odisha,
it's a key
Haryana,
security
Maharashtra,
meet.
Gujarat,
Important
Tamil Nadu,
decisions
Karnataka.
would be made on what would India's response be to
Young
what we have seen on
women who
yesterday
said to the
in
terrorists,
Srinagar,
why are they sparing them, kill them too?
Bloodbath there,
And then they were mocked and taunted, saying, we have spared you to go, send the message across.
Innocent
in one of the videos, one of these young women and survivors revealing how the terrorists approach the tourists who are having a gala time, just enjoying in their own nation, in their own country, in Kashmir, asking them
the Defence Minister today gave out the first public statement coming in from the government where he says that India will give a befitting response.
I want you to remember
those visuals that you can see.
These were families,
the Prime Minister flanked
beings.
by the Home Minister
and
on one side,
the
Defence Minister on one side. Clearly, it's the Home Minister
Indian Navy
explaining
officer,
the current situation to the Prime Minister.
Recently married.
Would
from
come
Karnal
out of this key huddle remains to be seen. The National Security Advisor, NSA, Ajit Doval, is also present at this particular meet.
The Naval Forces just about 2 years ago. He was posted in
Prime
Kochi.
Minister's residence.
His image has been going viral
right now immediately. My colleague Piyush Mishra joins us right outside
family and defense establishment.
What more can you add?
Leaving behind
images coming out of this meeting right now,
of how he was
identified on what would be the decisions that are taken. Will there be immediate repercussions where Pakistan is concerned, or will India strike when the iron is cold?
हमारे पड़ोस में ही है नरवाल जी, अभी शादी हुई थी इनकी 4 दिन पहले रिसेप्शन थी.
Most likely, Preeti, there can be some sort of decision taken by this crucial meeting which is right now underway, and as we are speaking, we've also got the inside pictures of the meeting which is taking place at the residence of PM Narendra Modi. We can see Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, Foreign Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, along with him is National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, and Ministry who is also Foreign Secretary. All the top officials are right now present. Also, a few officials from Prime Minister's office, including P. Mishra, is also there in this crucial meeting which is right now going on. Remember that Narendra Modi has cut short his Saudi Arabia visit, and the moment he landed today at the airport, he was briefed by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, and in that meeting, S. Jaishankar was also present.
पहलगाम में आतंकी हमला हुआ
किस पोस्ट पे था ये?
लेफ्टिनेंट कर्नल और शादी कब हुई थी? जस्ट अभी एक हफ्ता पहले. तो हनीमून पे गया था? हाँ, हनीमून पे गए थे बच्चे घूमने. तो पत्नी ठीक है इनकी? हाँ, पत्नी ठीक है. ये सुनने में आ रहा है कि जो भी आतंकी हमला हुआ है वो जेट्स की पूर्व.
Let me now tell you about this young couple. Look at them. Shubham Dwivedi, a newlywed had gone to Kashmir with his wife for a short vacation with the extended family, looking happy, looking towards a bright, hopeful future.
Will be taken a befitting reply.
Killed, shot in the head.
Remember that
Shubham was married on 12th
was made
February, we are
just
told,
ahead of this
just about 2
crucial
months ago,
meeting,
very similar
at
to
Prime
Vinay
Minister's
Narwal
residence.
and his
So
wife.
after this meeting, we can
trip
expect some sort of
turning
decision
into
taken
a nightmare.
by
They were
the
sharing
government
videos
because
of
a
happy
huge
moments
assurance has already
in
been
their own
given
country, in their
by
own
the
nation. They were
all
having
top
a
leaders
vacation.
of the government, including
Now a widow
PM Narendra
left to
Modi,
deal with
Defence
this
Minister
loss.
Rajnath Singh, and also Home Minister Amit Shah.
गोलीबारी में शुभम भैया को गोली लग गई है। उस समय तक उन लोगों को भी पुष्टि नहीं थी कि गोली मतलब कहाँ लगी, क्या लगी, कैसे क्या हुआ। उसके करीबन 15-20 मिनट बाद जब मेरी भाभी से बात हुई तो उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि शुभम को गोली मार दी है और सर के पास गोली मार दी है।
आतंकवादियों ने गोली मारते समय कुछ भाभी से कुछ कहा भी था, कुछ वार्निंग भी दी थी, या भाभी ने खुद भी
उनसे कहा था कि हम आपको इसलिए जिंदा छोड़ रहे हैं ताकि आप जाकर के अपनी सरकार को बता सकें कि हमने आपके साथ क्या किया।
बहू हमारी शुभम की पत्नी साथ में ही थी उसके, और उसने जब गोली मारी गई, अभी फरवरी में शादी हुई, तो आप समझ सकते हैं कि क्या स्थिति रही होगी उसकी। उसने कहा हमें भी आप मार दीजिए, तो आतंकवादियों की तरफ से कहा गया कि हम तुमको नहीं मारेंगे, आप सरकार को जाके दिखाओ, बोलो उनको ये कि हमने ऐसा किया।
Pahalgam. Dilip Desai,
these images
a resident of
you can see
Panvel
the
in Maharashtra,
you can see the Home
was
Minister,
identified
you can see
as
the
a
Defense
Hindu
Minister,
and then killed. 5
engaged
tourists
in
from
conversation,
Maharashtra,
and
men,
all eyes on this
were
particular
identified,
meet. The big 5
confirmed
ministers
that they
of
were
Modi in a
non-Muslims and
huddle,
then they were
along
killed.
with other security
Some of the
experts
visuals of their
coming
family
in
members in
together
shock
to
when the
decide
Indian
what
army
would be
reached
the
out to them
appropriate
to
course
help
of
them
action.
provide
Till now,
water and shake them
we've
to a
got,
safer
other
route.
than of course tweets by the Prime Minister, tweets by the Home Minister, we've got one solid reaction coming in from the Defense Minister, because there is a fair amount of anger across the country that India needs to retaliate and retaliate strongly with grit and determination. And the Defense Minister today in a public statement opened with that, saying that India's response will come and it will come out strong, and it will happen sooner than later. Are we expecting a formal statement also to come after this particular meeting?
Well, most likely we can expect a formal statement also
Indians
to be
listening to
released
this woman
by
in
the
red.
government after
She says,
this,
"Kill me too. Why
meeting
was I
which is right
spared?"
now
That's the
underway.
shock
And,
of a woman.
Defense Minister has already
We have, of course,
said
blurred out
that we
most
are going
images.
to
There are
hit
children
hard,
crying
and
and in
we are
shock.
not only
Children
going
who've been
to
left orphaned
catch
and
the people who are
fatherless.
behind
Only
this,
because they chose to
dastardly
go for a
attack, but
vacation in
also
Kashmir
people
because
who are
Pakistan sponsored
conspiring
terrorists
behind
and
the
with
curtains.
some local
So
terrorists as
strongest
well as
possible
information
actions
intelligence
will be
coming in
taken. At
wanted
the
to
same time, we have
identify and
seen
massacre them.
Home
For
Minister
what?
Amit Shah has
Because if
also visited
Pakistan
Jammu
is
and
currently
Kashmir, was
drowning
there
in a
Pahalgam.
mess,
He
why would Kashmir
met
be
with bereaved
peaceful as well? I
families.
hope the
Before
world
meeting
comes
the
together
families,
this
he
time.
also
We keep
held
saying never
crucial
again. Will we
meetings
actually
with
come
the
together
top
to
government
ensure
officials
that
of Jammu and
Pakistan
Kashmir?
doesn't get away
LG
this time
Varochana
as
was
well? Will
also
there be
there.
outrage
Senior police
across
officials
the
from
world
Jammu and
on this?
Kashmir were present.
These are only
Officials from
4
RAW IB were also there in
out of
that meeting.
28.
And
Look
he
at
has
Manjunath
held
Rao.
a meeting till
I'm telling you
1
about
a.m.
Uttar Pradesh,
in the night today in the
Haryana.
if you talk about
Manjunath, a
yesterday.
47-year-old,
After holding
was
a
from
series of
Karnataka.
meetings, he
When he was
also
shot dead
apprised
after
of
he was
the situation
identified,
there
his
of
wife
Pahalgam,
pleaded
and
to
then
be
he
killed
directly
too.
went to
That's
the
when
very
she was
spot
mobbed and
where
taunted
this
to say, "We're not going to
dastardly
spare
terror
you.
attack was carried
Go
out
and tell the
by
government
Pakistan-sponsored militants.
How many more
But
widows
also,
from
Home
1990
Minister
to
has been updated
2025
about the
will
current
India have
situation.
to see?
The operations
Our team of
against
reporters are on the
the
ground.
terrorists have already been
Simar Chawla is in
launched by the
Kanpur,
security
Asim
forces.
Basi is in Karnal,
Two teams today in the
Sumi Keval
morning
Patel
itself,
is in
they
Raipur in
left
Chhattisgarh.
from
This is
Jammu and
remember
also from
about
Delhi
India
of
and
National
Indian
Investigation
identity.
Agency, and
Please
they are
remember that this
already
is
carrying out
about
investigations.
not
So,
the
Home
differences
Minister
of
Amit Shah
states of
is
north and
also,
south.
briefing
Simar
Prime Minister
Chawla is in
about the
Kanpur.
current situation there
Simar,
in Jammu
tell
and
us
Kashmir, and
about
Defense Minister
the information coming in. In fact, I want to go to Asim Basi also first. Simar, stay on with me. Asim, in Karnal, Haryana, a newlywed couple.
And senior officials of Defense Ministry.
Lost
He is
forever.
also
How is
telling
the wife? What are you hearing? What is the family saying?
The current situation and also the
Well, I would say that it is a very tragic incident which has happened in Pahelgam. But here, I am in Karnal. You can see this is the residence of Vinay Narwal, who is a lieutenant in Navy, and he had gone to Srinagar for a honeymoon with his wife, and he was recently married. And it is all like a very tragic scenes here in Karnal, which lost their only son, and these are the scenes. And we spoke to the grandfather of Vinay Narwal a few times, some time back, and he said that a revenge must be taken. investigation and a similar kind of revenge must be taken what the attack has been, and Pakistan must be taught a lesson. On 16th of this month, Vinay was wedded and there were happiness in this house and
on what has been a huge intelligence failure. I also want to bring in Jitendra Bahadur, my colleague who covers the Home Ministry very closely. He is also joining us live. Jitendra, the meeting has started. सारी नजरें इसी मीटिंग पर हैं जितेंद्र, पर एक सवाल इंडिया का क्या करारा जवाब होगा।
ये परिवार के लिए कितना मुश्किल
बड़ा सवाल एक और है जितेंद्र कि इतना बड़ा इंटेलिजेंस फेलियर
जवान बेटे की हत्या कर दी जाए, आप सोच सकते हैं कि उस परिवार का क्या हाल होगा। इससे दुखद घटना और हो ही नहीं सकती जिसका एक बेटा है और वो भी मार दिया जाए तो उनके बुढ़ापे का सहारा, इससे और दुखद घटना उनके लिए क्या हो सकती है।
उन्होंने बोला कि अब घड़ी आ गई है कि पाकिस्तान से बदला लेना चाहिए, जिस तरह से हमारे लोगों को बर्बरता से मारा गया है वैसे ही रिवेंज होना चाहिए।
मैं तो ये बयान कई टीवी चैनलों पर दे चुका हूँ अपने पहले भी। मेरे अंदर इतना गुस्सा भरा हुआ है, मतलब बयान नहीं कर सकता, और मैं चाहता हूँ कि पाकिस्तान पर इतना जबरदस्त एक्शन लिया जाए कि वो सदियों तक इस एक्शन को याद रखें।
16 तारीख को शादी हुई थी, नेवी में थे, तो शुरू से शौक था कि देश सेवा करने का, नेवी में जाने
की। मतलब वो चाहते थे कि किसी न किसी फोर्स में मैं जाऊं।
So you can hear that this is what family feels, that yes, a tough action must be taken against Pakistan, which Pakistan remembers forever, because 28 innocent people have been killed
in Pahalgam, it's an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba of Pakistan, and what we've been given to understand right now, an encounter has broken out between terrorists and security forces in Karnal. Karnal is about 2 hours away a strong benchmark is set. A young man got married 5 days ago, about a week ago, was on honeymoon with his wife.
What we've been also given to understand, a top TRF commander has been trapped in this particular encounter. We're going to
tell us more about
Shubham, my colleague, is joining us live right now.
Where you are again a newly married couple, and now the wife that was looking for a bright future.
The terrorist attack that took place yesterday in Pahelgam, and right now this encounter which is taking place in Tanmal. Is there a correlation between the two?
House of Shubham Dwivedi was among those who was killed in the terror attack in Pahelgam, and we were having a word with the family and
pretty premature to really connect the two, but you're right, it's a TRF commander that is trapped. That's at least what the sources in the security apparatus tell us, and it was expected because obviously the Home Minister has given clear instructions to the security grid to go hard after the terror network, and we've seen an encounter on the LOC in Uri where 2 infiltrators were shot dead, huge quantity of arms recovered, and now this encounter in Tanamar area of Kulgam, which is another district where whose heights and upper reaches have been used by TRF as a transit, as a
so these are the shocking tales which we have got. This is the scene
here. So that will in the scanner of the security agencies. But first indications that post the carnage in Pahelgam, these operations will be intensified, and in the coming days we'll see more and more operations, search and combing efforts, area dominations increasing across Kashmir Valley. So the first encounter post that Pahelgam terror attack, where again TRF is on the radar. Obviously, post this attack is the enemy number 1 of the security agencies, and they'll go after its rank and file, its cadre and its network, and this is the first such encounter. Top commander being told has been trapped, but Preeti, as you know, these are very dynamic situations. It can change. As of now, they say he has been trapped along with one more accomplice, and the encounter is continuing.
Okay, so what you're saying is that till now there is no confirmation whether the two incidents are related.
of the terror attack yesterday that took place in Pahalgam and what the encounter right now taking place. So we don't know whether there's a correlation between the two, but what we've been given to understand that at least the security forces believe that there is a top TRF commander who's right now in this encounter, which is raging as high-speed viewers. And TRF is the same terror outfit that has taken responsibility of the Pahelgam terror attack, the TRF, an offshoot of the Lashkar-e-Taiba of Pakistan. But Mir, I want to bring you back into this conversation. That's the sinister power of terror. Yesterday, you had the valley where you couldn't get a room available right from Srinagar all the way to Pahalgam. Today, everyone is scrambling to get out, and the back of that, of the incident that has happened. And, that's the unfortunate part of it. But in terms of operations that are on the anti-terror hotline, what can you add to it, especially with the role of the terrorists, which is now seemingly getting images of those terrorists that were involved? What more can you add? Is there any breakthrough in that?
हमारे भाई साहब मतलब शुभम के पापा शुभम की मम्मी शुभम
Well, Preeti, already the investigations have been fast-tracked. It's been hardly 24 hours since this encounter has happened. But based on what the eyewitnesses told the security agencies about these terrorists, their fatigues and how they looked, sketches have been prepared, and then we know they have a database as far as the security agencies are concerned. They have details of the active militants. So they have been correlated on the basis of which these sketches have come out, and some names have also come out, which also includes a local cadre of TRF and then the hit squad or the FTs. Now, we have also been told that this could be a joint party where you have some locals who act as navigators, who know the place well, provide logistics, and then the executors or the hardened terrorists who have better training, equipment, and they are ruthless. They're like war machines, so they have been used, and this is what the sources in the security apparatus tell us, that their investigation is zeroing on at least 3 to 4 phases of TRF, which also includes 2 locals and 2 non-locals, and for them, hunt is on, and multiple operations where around 1,500 to 2,000 security forces, including army, CRPF, police, are trying to put in a joint effort, pool resources,
so 3 to 4 trek. They realize that the reinforcement of the security agencies and the forces will take a time. Till then, they happily massacred Hindus, looking at identifying them, and from irrespective of any state of India, and they would be including, remember, other countries.
Would you stay on with me, because I want to cut across back to 7 local Myanmar and focus on the Cabinet Committee and Security meet.
Joining me for the latest on that.
There's a great sense of importance to this particular meet that is taking place right now. The Prime Minister is chairing the meet. Now, the CCS is headed by the Prime Minister, chaired by the Prime Minister.
Very similar. This appears to be a new strategy.
The Prime Minister himself, the Home Minister, you have the External Affairs Minister, you have the Finance Minister, and of course you have the Defence Minister. All of them attending this meeting with the Prime Minister, but not just that, there are also, you can see on the television screen, the Governor, you have Manoj Sinha who's in attendance, you have Ajit Doval, the NSA, other security experts as well, right now in this particular meeting. The Cabinet Committee on Security is a body, a highest decision-making body where the country is concerned on internal security, and it was after the Kargil war that it actually truly took form and shape where it was concerned. And today, once again, in the unfortunate circumstances and in the aftermath of what we've seen take place yesterday, the CCS meeting, and India watching with anticipation as well. We are in grief, we are in mourning, but what will the country decide? What will be a befitting response? What can possibly be the befitting response of what we've seen on Sood yesterday? I'm joined right now by Jitendra. Jitendra, Cabinet Committee on Security की मीटिंग शुरू हो गई है. जो इमेजेस आ रहे हैं, दिख रहा है कि प्राइम मिनिस्टर और जो बाकी मंत्री और एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, डिसीजन, जितेंद्र, आपको क्या लगता है कि आ जाएगा कोई
looking ahead of the summer season, which is a hot season for Kashmir, because obviously tourists head out to a cooler region for holidays, for vacations, and that is when
देखिए प्रीति, ये एक बहुत बड़ी बैठक चल रही है प्रधानमंत्री आवास पर, और इसमें रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह, इसके साथ साथ गृह मंत्री अमित शाह, विदेश मंत्री और वित्त मंत्री, ये तमाम जो मंत्री हैं वो शामिल हैं। इसके साथ ही NSA अजीत डोभाल। एक बड़ा निर्णय लिया जा सकता है, क्योंकि जिस तरीके का अटैक जो है आतंकवादियों के द्वारा किया गया है इस जगह पर, पहलगाम जो वैली है, इस वैली में, क्योंकि इससे पहले 10 सालों में ऐसा नहीं देखा गया कि इस तरीके का इतना बड़ा अटैक जो है टूरिस्टों के ऊपर किया गया हो आतंकवादियों के द्वारा। तो इस पर जो है इस बैठक से पहले हमने देखा कि केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जो है वो जम्मू कश्मीर गए। जम्मू कश्मीर में उन्होंने सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस का जो पूरा ग्रिड है उसके साथ उन्होंने बैठक किया, और उसके साथ ही उन्होंने उस वैली का जो एरियल सर्वे है हेलीकॉप्टर के जरिए किया, और वो पूरी रिपोर्ट तैयार करके केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह दिल्ली पहुंचे। उसके बाद प्रधानमंत्री के निवास पर 7 LKM पर जो बैठक चल रही है उसमें गृह मंत्री उस पूरी रिपोर्ट और डोजियर के साथ पहुंचे हुए हैं। इसके साथ ही आपको बता दें कि रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह ने तीनों जो सेना के प्रमुख हैं उनसे उन्होंने मीटिंग किया, उनके साथ बैठक की, और बैठक करने के बाद उन्होंने पूरी जो तैयारी है सेना की उसके बारे में जानकारी प्रधानमंत्री को देंगे। तो एक CCS में तमाम जानकारियां दी जा रही हैं, और इसका सीधा मकसद यह है कि पाकिस्तान प्रायोजित जो आतंकवाद है वो जिस तरीके से फल फूल रहा है जम्मू कश्मीर में। हालांकि पिछले कुछ सालों में अनुच्छेद 370 के बाद देखा गया कि आतंकी घटनाओं में काफी कमी आई है, लेकिन इस बार जो टेरर अटैक किया गया है ये काफी खतरनाक है, और इसको जिस तरीके से रक्षा मंत्री राजनाथ सिंह ने कहा है कि जो आतंकी इसमें शामिल हैं उनके खिलाफ तो एक्शन किया ही जाएगा, और इनके पीछे जो लोग फंडिंग कर रहे हैं या फिर इनके पीछे से जो लोग इनका समर्थन कर रहे हैं उनके खिलाफ भी हमारी जो फोर्सेज हैं वो बड़ा एक्शन करेंगे। तो इस तरीके का संदेश रक्षा मंत्री की तरफ से, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह की तरफ से पहले ही दिया जा चुका है। माना जा रहा है कि इस बैठक के बाद कोई बड़ा निर्णय लिया जाएगा जो कि आतंकी संगठन या फिर उसके पीछे जो लोग लगे हुए हैं उनके खिलाफ एक्शन बड़ा होगा।
एक बड़ा निर्णय लिया जाएगा, ये वक्त and many more images that will continue to surface because the agencies, the armed forces already on the job, operations are being conducted in the area, but these are difficult terrains. These are widespread mountains near the meadow of Pahalgam. This is the first visual that has arrived. We'll of course be looking at more clear images as and when more details and the confirmations come in on this. But this man, as we speak, was killing innocent people after identifying them by their religion and faith. 28 have been killed in total. Women was spared to, so to say, so they can tell and go to the government and say what happened. That's the kind of radicalized, brainwashed minds we are dealing with right now. What the general of the Pakistan army had to say is also on your screens, to remember that was a clear provocation and encouragement to the terrorists to go and kill the Hindus. It comes in directly from the top. Remember, he said Kashmir is the jugular vein for Pakistan. He was addressing overseas Pakistani convention in Islamabad. Pahalgam is a ghost town. People want to even leave Srinagar and come back home. Airfare to major Indian cities have skyrocketed since the news of the terror attack broke out on Tuesday evening. Searches on websites of airline operators either
LET's deputy chief,
prices,
he's been a close aide to 2611 plan a half
even though you've had Air India, which has increased the number of flights, but the prices of those flights remain extremely high. Flight prices from Srinagar to Delhi jumped to 39,000 today, while the airfare has been hiked to over 60,000. The DGCA has issued now an advisory and has asked the airlines to increase the number of flights from the Srinagar to the rest of the country. The DGCA has also asked operators to waive reschedule and cancellation fee and provide every possible assistance to stranded tourists. Meanwhile, flight prices to Srinagar have declined drastically. Airfares from various parts of the country to Srinagar have fallen, sadly, by 36 to a staggering 63% for the upcoming week. Everyone who had planned holidays have cancelled
understandably, the
पाकिस्तान
current
की
situation
कहानी
is where
अपने
Srinagar
बच्चों को
is
जो है
concerned.
आपने
Union
जरूर
Civil
सुनानी है
Aviation
ताकि
Minister
वो
Ram Mohan
पाकिस्तान की
Naidu is
कहानी न
continuously
भूलें. But
monitoring
our
the spike in
forefathers
airfares,
thought
and
that we
earlier
are
today chaired a
different
team
from the
meeting with
Hindus in
airline
every
operators
possible
issuing an
aspect of life.
advisory
Our
against
religion is
price hikes
different.
and asked
Our
the airlines
customs
to
are
maintain
different.
regular
Our
fares.
traditions are different. Our thoughts are different. Our ambitions are different. That was the foundation of the two nation theory that was there. That we are two nations. We are not one nation. So because of that, our forefathers struggled, mounted that incessant struggle to create this country. So our forefathers have sacrificed immensely, and we have sacrificed a lot for the creation of this country. And we know how to defend it. My dear brothers and sisters and sons and daughters, please don't forget the story of Pakistan. And don't forget to narrate the story of Pakistan to your next generation, so that their bond with Pakistan, it never weakens. Whether it is the third generation or the fourth generation or the fifth generation, they know that what Pakistan is for them. आज तक इंसानियत की तारीख में सिर्फ दो रियासतें हैं जो कलमे की बुनियाद पर बनी है. पहली जो थी उसका नाम है रियासत तैयबा, क्योंकि तैयबा जो है वो नबी करीम सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम ने उसको नाम दिया था. और जबकि कुरान में उसका नाम है यसरब, या अहले यसरबा ला मुकाम लकुम फर्जिओ. ये कुरान में नाम है उसका, जो आज इसको मदीना अल मुनव्वरा कहा जाता है. और दूसरी रियासत जो है वो उसके 1300 साल के बाद अल्लाह ताला ने ये आपकी बनाई है कलमे की बुनियाद के ऊपर.
तो तुम्हें चैन और सुकून नहीं लेने देगा. तुम कश्मीर को ठंडा करो, वो बलूचिस्तान को गर्म करेगा. वो पख्तूनख्वा को गर्म करेगा. वो तुम्हारी मस्जिदों को माफ नहीं करेगा. तुम्हारे मदरसों को माफ नहीं करेगा. तुम्हारे बाजारों को माफ नहीं करेगा. तुम्हारी मदरसों को माफ नहीं करेगा. तुम्हारे मुल्क को वो अदम इस्तेकाम से दो चार कर देगा. ये हुज्जत के तौर पे दलील और बुरहान के तौर पे ये joined right now by Amit Bhagat. He's joining us live from Delhi, and Amit has been tracking all the airfares back
Compare
and
the
forth
Indian
from
Army chief's
Srinagar. And
response,
Amit,
reaction
the sad part
statements
in
to
all of this
Pakistan
is
Army chief. It's
because
not just about India,
clearly
Pakistan.
in the
There are
times
Hindus
of
in
acute
Pakistan.
grief,
And when an army chief speaks
airlines
like that,
have seen
imagine the
and sensed
messaging
an
that's going on,
opportunity.
and then
And
comes
that
in
is
this
terrible
Saifullah
because
Kasuri.
flight
Only a
fares
puppet, I would
from
say, in many
Srinagar
ways,
to rest
of the
the
Pakistan
country has
establishment to say,
skyrocketed,
we
and of
want
course
to
vice
disturb
versa
India, we
from rest
don't
of the
want
country
India
to
to be
Srinagar
stable
because
and
there have been
peaceful.
mass
That's the kind
cancellations
of rogue
have
neighbor nation
crashed.
India has to deal
Is there
with.
a sense
Nothing positive
now
coming
that,
out ever from
the
Pakistan.
Civil
While
Aviation
one
Minister
of
has
our
urged
senior
flights and given
former Raw chief said,
an
we need to
advisory?
move ahead
Are they going
with
to be
Pakistan.
taken
I
down?
have some big news
What's
coming
the
in from
latest?
Kashmir. Let's take a look at that.
Well, Preeti, as far as the ministry is concerned and the different departments
As the
within
intelligence
ministry is
agencies, as the
concerned,
armed forces
be it
are
the
already
DGCA,
conducting
there have
operations
been
and trying to
constant
research
meetings
more details
throughout
of
the
what
day,
exactly
and,
happened in Pahelgam.
written advisory has
Lashkar
been now issued
Taiba
to every
backed
airline
TRF
for
outfits
three
commander
basic things.
Saifullah
Number one,
Kasuri alias
being
Khalid
that
to
the
Rawalkot-based
flight
Lashkar commanders.
frequency to
According to the
Srinagar and
agencies,
from
appear to be the main
Srinagar,
plotters of the
every
Pahelgam
major
terror attack.
destination in India needs
Remember,
to increase.
eventually,
That
these
has
are
been
just puppets and
very
individuals.
clearly told to
The
every
real
airline
mastermind
operator who
is
operating
Pakistan
from airline,
establishment,
from
is its
Srinagar.
army.
Number two,
Total 6
the
terrorists,
prices
according
needs to be
to
controlled.
the eyewitness accounts, according to our sources, with the support of the OGWs, the local sleeper cells that were activated, carried out this terror attack. Terror attack, remember, of basically killing innocent people and destroying innocent families. There was a proper recce that was done to understand where possibly the security could be less, where they could come, kill innocent people and then flee from the location. Piyush Mishra joins me for the latest on that. Piyush, as the intelligence agencies and the details that are coming in on this is reflective perhaps of the kind of preparation that was done. What do you think is the government strategy? How are they looking at it? Because needless to say, it is Pakistan's hand
Civil
here.
Aviation Minister, Ministry have been told that Minister is
Well, it's almost certain that yes, it's Pakistan hand behind the terror attack which took place in Pahalgam yesterday. And remember, Pooja, that this terror attack has taken place during the peak tourism time. This is the time when tourists go there in large number to enjoy the spring, to enjoy the beauty of meadows and Mughal gardens there in Pahalgam. And it is always in the itinerary of every tourist which visits the Jammu and Kashmir, because the South Kashmir part is the beautiful part of Kashmir, the the Pahalgam
their
area where
lives
the
have
terror
been
attack took
turned
place, it was an open area.
upside
So
down.
it is a
Never
pre-planned
going to be the
attack
same
which
as
has
they
been
were.
carried out by the
28
terrorists. And
innocent
certainly
lives
the
in
government
one
is
of the
going to
deadliest
look into
terror attacks in
all
over 2
aspects. And
decades. The
that's why we are
stories
now seeing as to
we
our
hope
Prime
to
Minister
bring
has cut
back
short
from
his visit
Kashmir
from
are
Saudi
now
Arabia. He
shrouded
today in the
in
morning
grief
at
and
landed at Delhi
mourning.
airport,
More
and
on this
soon after
in our
landing
report.
there at the Palam Technical Airport, PM Narendra Modi had a security review meeting in which Ajit Doval, S. Shankar, Vikram Misri, all officials were present, and Prime Minister has been briefed about the situation there. Yesterday when the terror attack had taken place, the Prime Minister himself had spoken to Home Minister Amit Shah, and Amit Shah was directed by Prime Minister to reach Jammu and Kashmir, and later in the day, in evening, we saw how at around 8:15 p.m. Home Minister Amit Shah landed there. He was also being accompanied by Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha. So all steps are being taken, series of meetings are being taken by the government. We'll have to wait and watch what kind of decision the government is going to take. But what we are also given to understand is that as Prime Minister has landed in Delhi today, later in the day, the cabinet community and security meeting also could take place, and in that specific crucial meeting we can expect some sort of decision taken by the government. Anti-terror operations have already been launched, but we are also learning from our sources is that one team of NIA from Delhi and one team from Jammu has already left for the spot, and thorough investigation will take place. The entire area of Pahalgam where the attack had taken place has been sealed by the officials, the senior officials from Jammu and Kashmir Police, Army Police, from IB and others.
The National Investigation Team has reached Srinagar Airport. So from
he
Delhi
had joined the
and
Navy
from
just
Jammu,
2 years ago
teams have
was known among
have reached
peers and
Srinagar. They will of course be heading to
as
the
a
location. There is
dedicated
forensic
and
evidence
promising
that's
officer.
also needed. They will all be analysing. The National Investigation Agency, remember, primarily deals with terror cases, and to examine it further. One team coming in from Delhi that has landed at Srinagar. Second NI team will be reaching Srinagar, and of course the teams will be heading to Pahelgam. But remember, the fact is
into a
that
defining
the damage is done. Massacre has happened, terror attack has happened. Now to ensure what strategy do we have to be able to nab these terrorists so they do not flee,
in a coffin.
and that India sends out a prophetic response. Prime Minister Modi is here. We'll be tracking all the latest on the details that are coming in. National investigation teams have reached. They will be trying to ascertain further about the evidence, about what exactly happened on the ground, forensic details as well, and perhaps, of course, with the experience of some of the most senior, most experienced officials who are with the NIA, will be trying to understand further with regard to the terrain, what exactly happened, how many terrorists had come in, and as much, we may keep saying that these were Pakistani-sent terrorists, but were there local OGW sleeper cells as well that helped support it.
Future.
Kamaljeet Sandhu joining me for the latest on that. Kamaljeet, good morning. Kamaljeet has been consistently updating us what the agencies have been up to. About 4 to 6 terrorists, if I'm correct, and according to the agencies, it appeared Kamaljeet were involved in it. How will the NI team that has landed will be taking this ahead? What do you think is the government strategy? What are the details that we have right now that you can put out?
See, the NI investigation will happen later. I think the most concentration part would be on operations.
At a hotel in
now
Kashmir.
that the rescue is actually
Soon
done and
these
over
happy
with,
moments
this is
with
obviously
the extended
about sending the bodies back to their respective states. Now we know senior ministers, because most of these people are from Karnataka,
in
some
front
from
of
Gujarat,
his wife.
from elsewhere. We also have one from
Haryana
as a Hindu. So what is important and significant is that Union Home Minister is himself micromanaging, taking meetings. A review has been done. The Prime Minister was immediately briefed by senior officials, including the NSA, regarding the attack which had taken place. Now, how are we connecting this to Pakistan, especially Pakistan Army, Asim Munir, as well as the name, the mastermind now which is coming out is Saifullah Kashmiri. He is Hafiz Saeed's aide. He is also the Deputy Lashkar-e-Taiba chief. This is where what we know is that there was a Zafar Express attack which took place in Pakistan. And remember, it was the Baloch militants who
Indian
were
Air
behind
Force's
that.
corporal
But at that point of time, the intelligence agencies did pick up a chatter that there was a lot of frustration within intelligence agencies of Pakistan, the Pakistani army. They wanted to open front and make Kashmir hot again, especially at a time we are looking at normalcy post 2019. And remember, post 26/11, post Pulwama, this is a major attack which has happened, especially on tourists. So this is where when we're looking at record number of tourists coming in and the heart of Pahelgam, that is where the terrorists struck. Now they were obviously planning because remember this was a non-motorable road. They would have recorded not once but several times is what intelligence agencies say, because they would have known whatever time the backup is going to come, they would have enough time to actually escape the spot. But remember, you can run, but it's not that these people can run very far. So these terrorists will be eliminated. Remember, Union Home Minister himself is managing all the operations, but what I do anticipate is that this is not just looking out for these 3 to 6 terrorists in camouflage. There would be a larger operations. What we saw in 2019, where there were multiple raids carried out. The OGWs were eliminated. So at this point of time, what we see is multi-agency.
You're right, that this is the shelf life of the terrorist is barely there. The agencies, the armed forces will eventually get to them. It's not about 4 or 6, but it's the system. It's the system that appeared to have been demolished at one point in time, but clearly Pakistan tried to revive it. Kamaljeet and Piyush continue to be with us. Kamaljeet, also help me understand this, because I know in 2024, when the Riyasi terror attack happened, Hindu pilgrims who were targeted in the bus, 2 children were shot dead at point blank range. We've had Gujarat tourists who were killed in 2006. Amarnath Yatris have been targeted in the past 2 decades. So there have been these consistent attacks. Do you think it now puts pressure on the security agencies? Because the area, Baisaran, that you're also telling us about, is not the usual common tourist area. It's a non-motorable road.
5
so the terrorists are now doing recce of areas where there will not be security, or at least not of a certain level, and will take time to reach.
In Maharashtra
was also one of the victims to us that there's been a high level of infiltration. So they have been sitting and hibernating for some time, but then there was a target, and the instructions once they're coming from Pakistan ISI or the army, remember they have non-state actors, which is the terrorist, people like the TRF, terrorists like the Lashkar-e-Taiba. They are involved in these kind of operations because these are low-cost operations. They just have to arm a few gunmen and obviously let them loose. So this is where what we've also been told secondly is that these terrorists, how they operate is that there is little reliance, especially as far as local support is concerned or OGW is concerned, because that's what they feel the information gets leaked out. The other part is obviously about how they have been planning it, trying to disappear into this. What we also know is they usually do carry gadgets, and they keep monitoring how there is a communication of security forces, because that is a dead giveaway that the security forces are closing in, and that is how they kind of really disappear. So this is the modus operandi, what has been said. And there is obviously a high alert in JNK, because sources indicate to us that there could be a big terror attack even in the Jammu region.
There is
so
no room
high
for
alert
fluff.
going on even there. But meanwhile, as forces step up, especially on war footing, remember there would be a slew of meetings, especially by Union Home Minister. We saw visuals coming in. The DGP is Nalin Prabhat, and remember he has been head of Greyhounds. So he comes with a lot of experience. He was ADGP CRPF. So there is a joint experience of sorts, but remember there seems to be a renewed pressure as far as security forces, especially Jammu Kashmir police is concerned, whether it is regarding intelligence, whether it is regarding operations.
Kamaljeet, stay on with me. Stay on with me. It's heartbreaking. I thought that perhaps Kashmir is witnessing peace and change. What you're looking at are not boxes, viewers. It's coffins of innocent Indians, innocent Hindus, must I add, who were deliberately identified, targeted, shot dead.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. CM Omar calls for cabinet meeting to discuss Pahalgam attack. Supreme Court refuses to stay BPSC mains exam. Earthquake of magnitude 6.2 hits Turkey.
Heartbreaking images that are surfacing from Pahelgam. Look at this. The surviving tourists who met the Indian Army. Indian Army to the rescue as always. We've blurred the visual, but I must tell you, that's a child sitting there in orange. As per guidelines, we've had to, of course, blur it. A child crying who had to watch in horror how people around him were brutally massacred. Hear the cries. Understand what Indians had to go through.
आपकी सेफ्टी के लिए आए हैं बैठो बैठो बैठो
बैठो, आप डिसेप्टिकली आए हैं, हम इंडियन आर्मी हैं, बैठो। ये इंडियन आर्मी आप लोग कहाँ से आए? कहाँ से आए आप लोग? आपके बच्चे कुछ नहीं करेंगे। चलो बताइए, पति को मार दिया? नहीं, बड़ा शांत रहो, पानी पियो,
Motorola Edge 60 Fusion. Edge out the ordinary.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. CM Omar calls for cabinet meeting to discuss Pahalgam attack. Supreme Court refuses to stay BPSC mains exam. Earthquake of magnitude 6.2 hits Turkey.
क्या ब्लड कहीं लगा चोट के बेटा?
Detox teas cleanse your
अच्छा ठीक
organs.
मैं पट्टी करता हूँ आपको।
Destroys nutrients. Cracking knuckles causes arthritis. Are you listening to this? Full of myths and no. Are you listening to this? Lab of unproven. They are scared for the Indian army as well. I say that because the terrorists were dressed in camouflage. And that's why this time also they possibly believed if terrorists will come again. The Indian army personnel trying to tell them
सेना की उसके बारे में जानकारी प्रधानमंत्री को देंगे। तो एक सीसीएस में तमाम जानकारियां दी जा रही हैं और इसका सीधा मकसद यह है कि पाकिस्तान प्रायोजित जो आतंकवाद है वो जिस तरीके से फल फूल रहा है जम्मू कश्मीर में। हालांकि पिछले कुछ सालों में अनुच्छेद 370
All right, viewers, the latest news break coming in from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, the Prime Minister's residence for over 2 hours now. The CCS meet, the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting is underway where India is mulling major steps post the Pahelgam terror attack. What can be expected, viewers, is a major and a calibrated response to the attacks is expected to be formalized in this very meeting. And when that will take place is also the big question. The Prime Minister is chairing the CCS as we speak. It's 2 hours on and the meeting is still going on. Amit Shah, who flew back from Srinagar this morning, is right there presenting a full dossier to the Prime Minister on what really went down. And you have the top brass in terms of the top 5 of the Prime Minister's cabinet with him. You have the External Affairs Minister, you have the Finance Minister, you have the Defence Minister, you have the Home Minister, and then of course the Prime Minister, you have the NSA and other security heads. This meeting has been convened to calibrate a befitting response, and the timing of that is also very important. It's a time in the backdrop of which the entire India looking at this particular meet to make the decisions that are required for a retaliation and a response there. All right, let's cut across immediately to Rajdeep Sardesai in conversation with the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Farooq Abdullah.
And as the country grapples with grief and anger over the dastardly massacre by terrorists in Pahelgam, I'm joined by a very special guest, the President of the Jammu and Kashmir National Conference, the ruling party of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and multiple times Chief Minister, Dr. Farooq Abdullah joins me. Appreciate your joining us, Dr. Farooq Abdullah, there from Jammu. Your first reactions to what happened yesterday, this dastardly attack.
I think it's the greatest tragedy we have faced after what happened and were martyred. And I think this is a disaster. We were thinking peace has returned, and great slogans are made that we have uprooted all these elements. I think those who said these things were completely unaware or uninformed that they still exist.
But the fact is, you're saying that these elements still exist. The truth of the matter, therefore, is and you've seen it in your times as well, that Pakistan-sponsored terror continues to wreak havoc in Jammu and Kashmir over the years. And what are you therefore squarely blaming Pakistan for what happened in Pahalgam?
Rajdeep, we have faced this for past 40 years. We have continuously said that it's coming from there. Every time. We have never stopped saying that. We continue to say it. And we'll continue to say it till it's ended.
But who is accountable? Who is accountable? What is the solution? From the late 80s now to 2025, at various stages, Pakistan has bloodied the Kashmir Valley. How do you then tackle it? What is the solution, Dr. Abdullah?
That is the solution that government of India has to find. It is they who are responsible for the security and well-being of the people of this nation. It is for them to take the decisive steps to end this nasty things that are happening, and our complete state is suffering. How long do you think we'll continue to suffer?
But there was a sense, Dr. Abdullah, after the revocation of Article 370, that normalcy was returning to the Kashmir Valley. Major infrastructure projects were put in place. There was development. Elections took place last year with a relatively high turnout. Are you saying that this one incident pushes us back yet again? The government of India will say, look, we've actually made some tangible gains on the ground in the last few years.
Please, it is not this only Pahalgam incident. What about what happened in Bilawar? What happened in Jammu regions, in Rajouri, in Poonch?
But you see,
it's not only Pahalgam. It's been continuously happening.
Yes, Dr. Abdullah, but the truth of the matter is, let's be clear. You were chief minister for several years. At that stage, nothing could be resolved. Now you've got the Modi government. Earlier, you've had Vajpayee's government, Manmohan Singh's government. No government, no individual government, whether in Srinagar or in Delhi, sir, has been able to find a silver bullet magic solution to end cross-border terrorism, faced with a country like Pakistan that seems determined to bleed us in Jammu and Kashmir.
They have been bleeding us slowly and steadily. There's nothing new about it. For 40 years, they've been bleeding us. And they will continue to bleed us unless we start thinking and think positively of how to get rid of this.
What do you mean by think positively? In the past, you've been among the advocates for a dialogue with Pakistan. There are others who believe the time for dialogue is long over. Now you need to have some very concrete action, possibly even across the border. The surgical strikes have taken place. There was Balakot. What, according to you, is the positive action that needs to be taken?
Let me tell you, Rajdeep, I am not in command. And I'm not going to suggest anything to government of India. They don't need my suggestion. I think they are intelligent enough to decide themselves. But I'll definitely like to tell them, you can't have dual control in Kashmir. Whereas Lieutenant Governor controls security, controls police, he controls the unified command. The state government does not have any say in these things. Imagine, we are elected government. An elected government is never brought into discussions when security matters are discussed. How do you think you will resolve these problems unless you have the state government and the people to sit with you and decide how to get on?
I'm told today there was a security review meeting and Omar Abdullah was not invited for that meeting. Are you saying, therefore, that Omar Abdullah and the National Conference government bear no responsibility?
Deep. Last time when the Home Minister came, only a week ago, he had security meeting. Chief Minister was not in it. It's only this thing, when this time this happened, Chief Minister was called into the meeting. Let's be very straight about it.
But therefore, are you saying the Chief Minister bears no accountability, no responsibility?
It's not a question of responsibility. You have taken him out of the responsibility. It's not we. We still are fighting. We are still bleeding. But the first person who died today in that act was an ordinary horseman, Saeed Hussain, poor fellow. He was the first man who jumped at this terrorist, tried to grab his gun, and lost his life. He said, this is not right, what you're doing. He had that courage and determination to fight these people. We're not running away from it. We are going to fight them.
But the truth of the matter is, these terrorists singled out Hindus, targeted them, and thereby want to drive a wedge between Hindus and Muslims. These were targeted killings, Dr. Abdullah.
Rajdeep, it's not today only. They've always done before also the same thing. They targeted Hindus to create a wedge, which has now been playing heavily in the country. Heavily. We see how much division is taking place between Hindus and Muslims because of Pakistan's actions.
Are you going to put all the blame only on Pakistan today? What about Kashmir itself? The fact is that there is a belief that there were some local Kashmiris possibly also involved in this operation.
Who says no? Who says no? Were they not in when it started in '89? There are people. There will be people. They have to be dealt with.
So you're saying there are elements within the valley who are patronized by Pakistan. There are elements across the border who have entered and bloodied the valley. You are calling for stern action against all of them. You will support any action that Narendra Modi government takes. Am I correct?
Rajdeep, we all want to live in peace and harmony and brotherhood. Take action which will try to bring that brotherhood back in our nation at all costs.
Yes, sir, but you will understand the anger and frustration of people because 35 years have elapsed from the time when you were Chief Minister and Kashmiri Pandits were driven out to today, what we've seen in Pahalgam. There have been repeated attempts made by Pakistan to bloody the soil of Kashmir, and yet nothing seems to change. That anger and frustration, surely you will share of the people of this country.
You know, today, for the first time after 35 years, whole Kashmir has risen up against this. Do you see this? It's a major change. Major change. They don't want anything to do with Pakistan. We are part of the nation called India, and we will remain part of this nation called India.
Do you see, therefore, anger and frustration building up in Kashmir against Pakistan and indeed all those who use the gun to resolve issues? You believe that Kashmir has reached a tipping point?
Sir, Rajdeep, haven't you seen the anger in the valley today? Have you ever seen this before? Have you ever seen this? There's a complete shift. And I'm proud of that shift.
Will it last? In your view, will it last? Will it be able to sustain itself?
It will last so long as we live in brotherhood and don't create further communal tension. This will last.
Do you have a message for the Pakistani army chief who only last week said Hindus and Muslims cannot live together and emphasized the two-nation theory? Do you have a message for General Mir today?
I would like to tell the General, we never accepted two-nation theory. God is creator of everyone. Whether he's a Hindu, he's a Muslim, he's a Sikh, he's a Christian, or he's a Buddhist or anything. He's a creator. You cannot divide people on the basis of religion. If religion was to be a dividing factor, then Bangladesh would never have been created.
What is your message to the tourists? You will understand that tourists are fearful now. They are leaving the valley in droves. This was expected to be the big bumper tourist season in the Kashmir Valley. What will you tell those grief-stricken victims as well as those who have... Yes, go ahead.
Tell them, by not coming, you are going to win the battle that Pakistan is trying to win. Come in larger numbers so that we can tell them that you cannot deter us. This is our land, and we are going to come in herds here. Don't be afraid. We have to fight them. And by not coming, you are already given to Pakistan acts.
Sir, there are those who are calling today for ministerial resignations, that the Home Minister must be held accountable. There were intelligence lapses. What's your view? Should this be a moment to play politics, or is this a moment to stand united in grief and anger?
I think we should stand united and not try to put fingers at each other. Not. This is the moment when nation must stand together, as they stood together when Kargil war took place. We need that unity today. We need that understanding between each other. Hold each other's hand and show our enemy that we are not going to be defeated. We are not going to accept your hegemony.
Farooq Abdullah, those are very strong words. In a moment, I want to take you to our Hindi network, Aaj Tak, as well. But I appreciate you joining me and speaking so plainly and firmly, sending out a very...
I want to tell you one thing. You know, I didn't give an interview to any media. I gave of this interview because you're one man in this country who stands for truth, who stands for brotherhood, who stands for unity of every man. That is why I gave you this interview, because I'm proud of you. So that you're not afraid to use your word.
Sir, my thoughts though today, I'm very kind, sir, but my thoughts today are with the victims, with the families, and with the people who have lost their near and dear ones, as I'm sure are your thoughts and prayers as well, Dr. Abdullah.
Absolutely, Rajdeep. I cannot tell you how much I didn't have the words. I can't even think that such a thing could happen to people who had gone for enjoyment and they had to meet that death. It just shook me. I'm still not normal. I don't think I'll be normal ever, what they have done.
Dr. Abdullah, I understand. I know that your pain and anguish, you told me this morning also, is genuine. You haven't slept all night. You said you were shaken by what's happened, as the nation has been. But as you rightly said, this is a moment also for collective resolve and to send out a firm message to those who try and divide us. Farooq Abdullah, for joining me here today.
All right, viewers, the latest news break coming in from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, the Prime Minister's residence for over 2 hours now. The CCS meet, the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting is underway, where India is mulling major steps post the Pahalgam terror attack. What can be expected, viewers, is a major and a calibrated response to the attacks is expected to be formalized in this very meeting. And when that will take place is also the big question. The Prime Minister is chairing the CCS as we speak. It's 2 hours on and the meeting is still going on. Amit Shah, who flew back from Srinagar this morning, is right there presenting a full dossier to the Prime Minister on what really went down. And you have the top brass in terms of the top 5 of the Prime Minister's cabinet with him. You have the External Affairs Minister, you have the Finance Minister, you have the Defence Minister, you have the Home Minister, and then, of course, the Prime Minister, you have the NSA and other security heads. This meeting has been convened to calibrate a befitting response, and the timing of that is also very important. It's a time in the backdrop of which the entire India looking at this particular meet to make the decisions that are required for a retaliation and a response there. All right, let's cut across immediately to Rajdeep Sardesai in conversation with the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Farooq Abdullah.
And as the country grapples with grief and anger over the dastardly massacre by terrorists in Pahalgam, I'm joined by a very special guest, the president of the Jammu and Kashmir National Conference, the ruling party of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and multiple times Chief Minister, Dr. Farooq Abdullah joins me. Appreciate your joining us, Dr. Farooq Abdullah, there from Jammu. Your first reactions to what happened yesterday, this dastardly attack.
I think it's the greatest tragedy we have faced after what happened and were martyred. And I think this is a disaster. We were thinking peace has returned, and great slogans are made that we have uprooted all these elements. I think those who said these things were completely unaware or uninformed that they still exist.
But the fact is, you're saying that these elements still exist. The truth of the matter, therefore, is, and you've seen it in your times as well, that Pakistan-sponsored terror continues to wreak havoc in Jammu and Kashmir over the years. And what are you therefore squarely blaming Pakistan for what happened in Pahalgam?
Rajdeep, we have faced this for past 40 years. We have continuously said that it's coming from there. Every time. We have never stopped saying that. We continue to say it. And we'll continue to say it till it's ended.
But who is accountable? Who is accountable? What is the solution? From the late 80s now to 2025, at various stages, Pakistan has bloodied the Kashmir Valley. How do you then tackle it? What is the solution, Dr. Abdullah?
That is the solution that government of India has to find. It is they who are responsible for the security and well-being of the people of this nation. It is for them to take the decisive steps to end this nasty things that are happening, and our complete state is suffering. How long do you think we'll continue to suffer?
But there was a sense, Dr. Abdullah, after the revocation of Article 370, that normalcy was returning to the Kashmir Valley. Major infrastructure projects were put in place. There was development. Elections took place last year with a relatively high turnout. Are you saying that this one incident pushes us back yet again? The government of India will say, look, we've actually made some tangible gains on the ground in the last few years.
Please. It is not this only Pahalgam incident. What about what happened?
Good evening and welcome. At this moment, a high-level cabinet committee on security meeting is deliberating India's response to the attack against Indians in the Kashmir Valley. The critical question, how should India respond to the Pahalgam terror attack? That's my top focus on the news track tonight.
In 2016, Uri Army base attacked. Response: surgical strike. 2019, Pulwama army convoy attacked. Response, Balakot airstrikes. – 2025, Pahalgam terror attack. Response, Prime Minister chairs key security meet. India vows strong response. What will India do? That is our big focus on Newstrack.
We've had a cross-border army covert operation. We've had an airstrike. What are the options this time? It cannot be one of the two options already exercised because the enemy is waiting for that to happen. It has to be something out of the box. It's ultimately for the force commanders to determine what they'll do. But we'll try and give our viewers a sense of the options on the table and Wargame, the potential response. All that and more on the news track tonight. Here are the headlines. I'm tracking this evening. Day after 28 civilians are killed in Pahelgam's Jammu and Kashmir. Prime Minister Modi chairs the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting. The meeting has been underway for over 2 hours now. Home Minister Amit Shah visits the terror attack spot in Pahelgam, meets survivors and pays homage to those who lost their lives. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh says India will give a befitting reply. India today accesses details of Pakistan's Pahelgam terror plot. Terrorists used military-grade weapons, digital footprint of attackers traced to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. 3 military officers among the 28 killed in the terror attack. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal's wife pays a touching tribute. They were on their honeymoon and had got married just 4 days ago. World stands in solidarity with India. US President Donald Trump says PM Modi has his full support. Putin, Meloni and Macron condemn the Pahelgam terror attack. It's been over 24 hours since Pakistani terrorists killed 28 Indian tourists in Jammu and Kashmir. All eyes now are on India's response. What can and will the Modi government do? The Prime Minister is currently chairing the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting at his residence at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. The key huddle has been underway for over 2 hours now. Last night, in his post on X, the Prime Minister had said, "Our resolve to fight terrorism is unshakable and will get even stronger." The question is, what will this response translate into?
Amit Shah's message of solidarity with the victims of the Pahelgam terror attack. Hours after the dastardly terror attack in Pahelgam, the Modi government swung into action. Prime Minister Modi cut short his Saudi visit and touched down in Delhi this morning, heading straight into a huddle at the Delhi airport with the External Affairs Minister, the NSA and the Foreign Secretary. Meanwhile, Home Minister Amit Shah held high-level meetings in Srinagar. Home Minister Shah also laid wreath at the mortal remains of the 28 innocents who died in the terror strike. As Shah expressed his condolences to the family members, heartbreaking scenes played out as shattered women and children broke down in the presence of the Home Minister. Shah also visited the site of the attack, his chopper landing directly in the meadows where blood was spilled just yesterday. Shah was given a detailed briefing by personnel on ground on how the terrorists opened fire at tourists and then escaped.
This is the location. We have been here since morning and we've seen a lot of activity as far as various security force personnel coming in. You had the NIA team, you had different agencies coming in and taking stock and also gathering evidence, trying to check the crime scene. You also had the Home Minister who was here. He came in a chopper, and so were senior officials of the Home Ministry of Intelligences who were here. In fact, more than anything, it was an attempt by the BJP government, by the Home Minister, to send this message across. It was more about messaging that the country is in fact united in this hour of grief.
Shah also visited the injured at the Anantnag hospital, assuring them of all possible help. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has reiterated the government's message of a fitting response to Pakistan.
हम सिर्फ उन लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है। हम उन तक भी पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं। ऐसी हरकतों का जिम्मेदार और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं।
Jammu and Kashmir CM Omar Abdullah attended the funeral of a local who was also shot dead by the terrorists. The Chief Minister will chair an all-party meeting tomorrow to address the massive tourist exodus from the valley.
उन लोगों के साथ ताज़ियत और हमदर्दी का इजहार जिनके ऊपर और जिनके साथ ये सदमा बीता है, और मैं यहाँ इन सबको यकीन दिलाने आया हूँ कि इस मौके पे हुकूमत इनके साथ खड़ी है और जितना हम इनके लिए कर सकेंगे हम कर लेंगे।
The Cabinet Committee on Security, chaired by Prime Minister Modi, saw top ministers in attendance, and it's wait and watch for now as to how the government chooses to respond to Pakistan's bloody provocation. With Mir Farid in Pahalgam, Bureau Report, India Today.
I want to go across live to Mir Farid, who joins us from Pahelgam. He's been reporting on the aftermath of this dastardly terror attack. Mir, we know that security forces are hot on the heels of the terrorists who they think orchestrated the attack on Pahelgam. Have they been able to establish contact? Do they have a good sense of where these terrorists are? Because very likely that they're split in different directions. So how is this operation coming along?
Yes, Rahul, absolutely right you are when you say that they could have split in different directions, because initially the inputs that were coming in suggested that there were 3, but I can confirm to you based on multi-agency inputs that there were at least 6 to 7. So once they carried out this attack, they may have spilled or in fact split in different directions of 2 to 3 per group. And as we have been reporting since morning, that area, once they carried out the attack, the foliage, the mountains, the terrain is such that they could have easily slipped into that particular area or different areas, and then in fact they had a clear escape plan, because this area was reccied. They knew that they are attacking an area where there is no security force presence around, so they carried out the attack and they also had an escape plan. That is what our sources tell us. But yes, they're hot on their heels. Multi-agency effort right now, be it the army, commandos, CRPF, police, all of them are together in this. And when Amit Shah, the Home Minister, landed there, obviously on-spot directions have gone from him of an absolute free hand to the security forces in this scenario. But at the same time, there are also questions on the security lapse, something that we have also been discussing. So this is something that has multiple angles, and the government wants to ensure that each angle is taken care of, because this is a security lapse in many ways, an intel failure of massive magnitude, considering that it was not one or two, but a big group that was moving through the Pahelgam jungles. And in spite of that, this very sensitive area with so many tourists cut off was kept unmanned and unprotected. So all these angles are being taken care of, but already there has been a spurt in anti-terror operations post the clear directions, because we have an operation happening in Kulgam where a top TRF commander could be hiding, and then you also had an operation in Udi where 2 infiltrators armed were shot dead. In Bandipora there is an operation. So multiple operations right now to take care of the security situation, that too before the Amarnath Yatra, because that is the next massive challenge to protect, because if inputs are to be believed, while they carried out this attack, their main target is Amarnath Yatra, and if they can target civil targets, tourists, obviously they can easily target yatris. So that is the next big challenge, and probably in the coming days you will have specific meetings targeted at ensuring foolproof security arrangements, multi-tier security for the Amarnath Yatra. Rahul?
Mir Farid, for your reportage, thank you. We'll come back to you for more later. Gaurav Sawant joins us. Gaurav, very crucial CCS meeting underway. Explain to our viewers what's likely to be discussed, because from what I understand, this is where the political leadership will give sanction to the military for different kinds of options. Those options will be discussed, detailed, thrashed out, and then a clearance will come through. So explain your understanding of this meeting and its significance and the likely outcome.
Rahul, this is, as you well know, the highest decision-making body in the country when it comes to any issue, any matter military or security related, the Cabinet Committee on Security. And the Prime Minister is being given inputs by all stakeholders. So the Home Minister, who's just come from Kashmir, is giving details about what he saw and what he was briefed about the situation on ground. The External Affairs Minister with the external ramifications. This is where they deliberate and then decide what the next course of action would be. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh gave an indication when he delivered the Marshal Arjun Singh Memorial Lecture, where he said there will be consequences not just for those who carried out the terror attack, but also those who were behind the scenes, पर्दे के पीछे रहकर जिन्होंने किया, उनके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई होगी, or words to that effect is what he said. But if you go by past precedents, Rahul, 2016, when the terror attack took place at the Uri base, India's response time was 10 days. In Pulwama, the response time at Balakot was 12 days. So whether the government waits 10 days, 12 days, a fortnight or a month, it will very clearly depend on when the government thinks it's best to teach Pakistan's military jihad complex a lesson, and a lesson which will be lasting. So will the response be kinetic or non-kinetic? A combination of both or more is something that will be deliberated upon, and whether initially Pakistan will be given an opportunity to come clean and then action taken, because the government does follow a policy which will hold the government in good stead even internationally.
Okay, Gaurav Sawant, will come back to you once we know what the CCS has decided. There's likely to be a MEA briefing as well, so we'll track all of that. There's a clear Pak imprint on the Pahelgam terror attack. Top intelligence sources have told India today that terrorists carried military-grade weapons. They had helmet-mounted cameras, and they were in touch with handlers in Pakistan, Munish Pandey and Manjeet Negi, with the details.
These are the faces of terror. Probe agencies have released these sketches of the terrorist. Forensic analysis and survivor testimonies have revealed shattering details. Terrorists used military-grade weapons, suggesting that the attackers were well-equipped and well-trained. They used advanced communication devices, indicating coordination and external logistical support. The precision and planning of the attack points to involvement of trained handlers, not local amateurs. Intelligence intercepts point to direct links between the attackers and Pakistan-based operatives. Digital footprints of the attackers have been traced to safe houses in Muzaffarabad and Karachi. Pahelgam terrorists had clear targets in mind. They chose Baisaran Valley deliberately, a non-motorable area, knowing that there will be no place for tourists to hide and that rescue will take time. Were government officials and families primary targets of terrorists? Sources have told India today that it was specific operation, as some government officials and families were on a group vacation in Pahelgam. Terrorists checked identity cards before killing victims. Some government officials are also among those injured. 3 judges of Kerala High Court are also among the survivors. They left Pahelgam hours before the attack. India has vowed a strong and befitting response.
और हम सिर्फ उन लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है, हम उन तक भी पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं। मैं इस मंच से देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करता हूं, घटना के मद्देनजर भारत सरकार वो हर कदम उठाएगी जो जरूरी और उपयुक्त होगा।
All eyes now are on India's response. What will it be and when? With Munish Pandey and Manjeet Negi, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is something, frankly, that only military commanders, based on political green signals, will actually be deciding. But since there's so much curiosity, I've got some very sharp military and strategic minds to try and make sense of India's options and the likely escalation ladder if we go out and strike against Pakistan. I'm joined on this broadcast by Lieutenant General Syed Atta Hasnain. He's been General Officer Commanding of 15 Corps in Srinagar. We've got SP Waid. He's been the Director General of Police in Jammu and Kashmir. I have Karnal Ajay Shukla, Strategic Affairs Expert. Brahma Chalani, one of India's best known national security experts. And I have Manoj Joshi, Distinguished Fellow at the Observer Research Foundation. General Hasnain, I'll come to you first. We've had a cross-border terror counter-strike, covert operation. We've had an airstrike. We know that it's highly likely that the handlers of the ISI would have cleared out whichever terrorists were in launch pads or in training camps already. Given the current state of play, as best as you can, explain to those watching at this moment India's potential response options.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you for inviting me for the program. And I start by expressing my deep regrets for the unnecessary loss of life. But to come back specifically to your question, first of all, Rahul, you are also a part of the military community. And I want to make one thing clear. The Indian Army does not discuss offensive options. Not publicly, not even privately. But having said that, there is a way of discussing this. And that is to look at what your objectives can. You are not going to be looking at the targets, but definitely I'm sure the CCS would discuss what the objectives should be. Should the objectives be such that you send out a message of deterrence, that you do an act as large as one which will deter Pakistan from doing something in the future? That would mean something very, very big. The second part is to send a message. The messaging part was done at a lower level during the surgical strikes, and in the escalatory ladder, you can say that a slightly higher notch was implemented in the Balakot strike. But both were not intended for deterrence. Both were intended to message. The messaging was very clear. You strike and I will strike you back. I will strike you back at a bigger scale, but I will strike you back. It was not meant for any aspect of deterrence at all. The last is the objective, which should be seen in the light of the impact and the response from Pakistan thereafter. That means, at the end of the day, an option in which those taking a decision decide that going to war even as a result of the impact of our action would be acceptable to us. This is the spectrum that we are looking at in terms of objectives. Take your pick from this. I'm sure the CCS would have discussed all this today and decided, and we'll hear about it in the days to come.
Colonel Ajay Shukla, whatever we do, there may be a Pak response. We've had a Army Covert Special Para Forces strike. We've had an Air Force strike. Without getting into technical details, your broad understanding of India's options, the likely response, General Hasnain talking of a very, very big strike, creating deterrence. How should India create deterrence after what happened at Pahalgam?
Well, it's actually quite simple. You create deterrence by creating the forces to strike at a particular place and the decision-making machinery that gives it the go-ahead and so on. But I don't think any of us should hold our breaths waiting for decisions from the government. Both this and the last government
have faced this problem of cross-border terrorism. It has had sort of numerous examples of soldiers getting beheaded, their heads being taken away, and so on. And every single time, whether it is after Uri or after Pahelgam or you name the place, we have, at the end of the outrage that has been perpetrated upon us, we are left with no options, apparently, that can actually take revenge, go and strike, or create deterrence. So I don't see why this particular incident should be different from the last. If the government has done sort of the creation of options and created the mechanism that will impose a cost on the Pakistani side, well, now is the time to let it go ahead.
You know, the fact is, Manu Joshi, that Inder Kumar Gujral, when he was Prime Minister, he wound down the raw assets that we had inside Pakistan. That entire covert program shut down, restarted after Prime Minister Modi came to power. And that's what Ajay Shukla is saying. If you got some assets inside Pakistan, this is the time to show. If Ajit Doval, the IB chief, the RAW chief have built up these capacities, this is when, like the Mossad would do, like the Israelis would do, this is when you bring your best boots to the table. Manoj?
Yeah. Well, you know, that is just the intelligence option is just one of the options. There are other options as well, meaning, I'd like to point out to you that the General Hussain said that Balakot and Uri were basically messaging and not deterrence. My point is, what is deterrence? What will it take to deter Pakistan? If we can find that out, then we should do that. We should deter Pakistan.
How do you think we can deter Pakistan? What does deterrence look like to you?
So you need to take politico-military options. See, Balakot and Uri did not help because we've been having killings continuously since then. Continuously. I can give you all the lists and of what has been happening in Jammu and Kashmir. So the politico-military options, we have found, for example, that the Financial Action Task Force was very useful. We could not get Pakistan to punish Hafiz Saeed, Ziaur Rahman Lakwi, and Sajid Mir. But because of the FATF, the Pakistanis suddenly woke up and they put them in prison. Now, what they're doing in prison, I don't know. But this is the only instance where the perpetrators of a much worse tragedy of Mumbai in 2008 have finally been punished in 2022. So what I'm trying to get at is that the FATF may not be the best option, but it may be one of the viable options. But of course, we cannot remove the military. It's the viable military option. Whatever you do has to be credible. Clearly, Balakot and Uri were not credible. And so we need to devise something. And as you said earlier yourself, that this is something which our security managers need to figure out and think about it. Our security managers, our diplomats, it's their task. We know what the public of the country knows what it wants. It wants deterrence. It wants Pakistan to lay off.
Okay, what can that deterrence look like? Manoj Joshi says Balakot and Uri weren't enough. I disagree to the extent that at least for a while it made the Pakistanis back off and there wasn't this big a terror attack like there was with the kind of frequency there was previously. But yes, it wasn't permanent deterrence. If we need, can there be permanent deterrence? If there is to be permanent deterrence, what does the military need to do?
Well, let's look at the larger picture. In terms of economic and military power and other material measures, India dwarfs Pakistan. Yet the much smaller Pakistan continues to bleed India. Pakistan makes up for the power asymmetry with India through stronger political will. That's where India has been lacking, the political will. And another area where India has been lacking is a consistent Pakistan policy. We have had successive governments in India who have failed to pursue a consistent Pakistan policy. Every prime minister who takes office seeks to make peace with Pakistan. Vajpayee did that, Manmohan Singh did that, Modi also did that. He landed in Lahore unannounced. We have not had a consistent Pakistan policy in a long, long time. In fact, the country is taken through a roller coaster ride on Pakistan. And after every major terror attack, we have the same debate before things return to business as usual. You can only deter Pakistan if you are willing to impose sustained costs on Pakistan. Sustained costs.
What does that mean? De-jargonize that. What does permanent deterrence and sustained costs mean?
See, a one-off kinetic operation like the Balakot airstrike is not going to be sufficient. It may, even if it's a major operation, even if it delivers a major blow to Pakistan, can only buy peace for some time. Sustained cost means you have to use all weapons at your disposal, not just kinetic. All other non-military options also have to be employed on a sustained, continuing basis. And that requires consistency in approach, which is where India's weakness lies. It's compounded by the fact that India has a risk-averse culture. India has a reactive culture. We are not proactive. We respond to aggression. Same thing happened when China encroached on Indian borderlands in Ladakh. We were caught napping. And why are we caught napping again and again? This is a
okay, but you're saying we haven't been doing very much. There have been so many reports in Pakistani media of different terrorists being bumped off by unnamed assassins. And the Pakistanis have been criving a lot about that. So it's not as if we've been sitting completely on our backsides. The fact is, you're saying that there isn't permanent deterrence, and that I agree with. I want to spend some time with the former Director General of...
You're giving credence to Pakistani...
No, I'm saying I don't know who killed them, but it's good that these terrorists are dying. I don't know who killed them, and there's no way of knowing that. But SP Vaid, just the fact that there is this big meadow, very beautiful meadow, one of the prominent tourist sites in the Pahalgam area, and there's no police personnel there, there are no CRPF, no BSF, no army. Does that appear to you to be odd that you've got this big area, so much tourism concentrated there, and no security forces around?
Rahul, in fact, the question you are asking, I spoke to 2-3 officers of that area. How's that there was no presence of armed policemen in a tourist place, which is blocked by so much of tourists. So one of the reply I got from one officer that, sir, there is an army camp nearby, so area security is ensured by that. And then there is CRP, some CAPF patrol twice a day in the morning and evening, but no permanent presence of the armed policemen. So I found it very, very difficult to digest. I have remained DGP, and a place like this. Number one, I also would like to know how come a private person has this place? Who gave him permission? What mechanism was devised to ensure security of tourists visiting this place, which has no access by road, and it's only by ponies and by track people go there. So who is this private person who had managed this place? I think all these aspects need to be looked into.
Atas, then, sir, does this not seem particularly odd? I am told that there is an army camp, say about half an hour, 40 minutes of a trek away, but the fact that there's no police, no army, just doing. One is you have a patrol mission that goes by. That's one thing, but I would expect in a place like this with so much concentration of tourists for some police personnel to be present on the ground.
Rahul, you are absolutely right. There's no doubt about what you're saying is absolutely correct. But I'm sure that there will be an investigation and subsequently the facts will emerge. I can only speculate and tell you. To my mind, even in the time of Vaid Sahab, the degree of coordination between the army, police, and the CRPF was intense. Now, I may like to remind everyone, this is the launch pad, this is the atom base for the Amarnath Yatra. When you look at Pahelgam, the areas around it, 2-3 kilometers either side of Pahelgam, is the security zone.
Yes.
And it's about time that the Amarnath Yatra starts on 3rd of July. It's about time that we started looking at the domination of these areas. Now that brings me to this term called domination. And someone as a professional, as Vaid Saab, would agree with me, the term domination is the most important terminology in Kashmir. If you don't dominate these areas, you will leave them open to be occupied by terrorists. I remember a general officer commanding of mine who used to point the finger, point the light of his laser on a map and tell me, have we ever sent a patrol here? And I would say, what is the requirement of sending it there? There are no terrorists there. And he would correct me and say, where there are no terrorists, do domination there so that no terrorists come there.
No, but does that mean then that at some level there was a sense of complacency that people in the armed forces started believing the idea that normalcy has returned, that tourism is back, that nothing will go wrong? Because oftentimes we just tend to get complacent, and which is where problems start from. And the fact that there's nobody, it's not as if we had a couple of policemen and they got overpowered. We had nobody there, zero, zilch, nada.
Rahul, that would not be correct on my part. This is a very strong word we use, complacency. I don't think the armed forces or the police forces are ever complacent. It can be just a lack of efficiency, the inability to understand or comprehend. We have been there for the last 35, 36 years doing these operations. Passing it on is a very important aspect. And from time to time, people must continue to learn that this whole area of domination, this whole aspect of domination is such an important operation, which must continue. It's such a boring, such a repetitive operation, but it must continue. And that is something I'm sure in the investigations, people will bring it out.
Okay, Ajay Shukla, I think we're talking about different things here. One is to go and dominate heights or mountains or forests where you anticipate that terrorists may come. You want your patrols to go through those areas so the terrorists know that it's not safe for them. The other is, there's a big meadow where 1,000+ tourists come every day. They trek all the way up. The terrorists seem to know that the closest base is half an hour, 40 minutes away. The road is not motorable, so nobody can come quickly. They can do what they want, they have time. So the terrorists have wargamed this through. It seems, given the fact that there was no police personnel there, that the security forces didn't do that. I'm not expecting the army to be deployed over there because there's no post, but at least basic law enforcement should have been there, don't you think?
Yes, Rahul. The problem is it's always easier to be wiser after the attempt. We're now discussing an operation that took place yesterday, all the elements of which have left the place, and all we have is now a certain bunch of discussion points wherein the various TV channels around the capital, we will discuss what we did wrong, and we must have stable deterrence, and we must have this, and we must have that. The fact is, we do not do a very good job of putting in place the resources that are required. Instead, we believe that by deflecting the issues and the public discussions that should be underpinning all of our actions, we just sort of pull the wool over our own eyes, really. We sort of make it sound as if this was just a one-off and it'll be back to business as always. People will come and go, terrorists will get wiped out. It doesn't happen like that. You've got to do a sustained job of keeping the terrorists in their place. You've got to make sure that their checks and balances are all in place. You have to sack people who do not deliver at sort of important moments. No. And then we can talk about, we're doing our best to put deterrence.
No, but this is... Sure, but this is not a lapse. I'll explain the difference. Lapse would be if, say, there's a road opening party in that area, or for example, you have a patrol party in that area, and they come every day, but they didn't come that day. This is just a situation, Manoj Joshi, where we just didn't feel the need to deploy personnel in that area, which means A, it's a massive intelligence failure, B, I don't know what the local commanders and the police and the army are thinking, but they really should have. In hindsight, it looks like the most obvious thing to do, but what do you think they were thinking when they decided not to have anyone there?
I definitely think that this was a failure of assessment. One of the important parts, the most important part of intelligence often is assessment. That whatever intelligence you're getting, you got to assess it right, and I think the assessment was incorrect. You see, but in attenuation, I would also like to point out that, look, in 2022, a total of 30 civilians were killed in Jammu and Kashmir. In 2023, 12. In 2024, 31. Now, in 2025, in one day, we've had 28. So what I'm trying to say is, with these very low figures, there was a sense of complacency. There was a sense that, things have reached a point that we have reached a, qualitative shift has occurred, and things are now fine. Tourism is functioning. Even in 2011, we had that situation when, I went as a tourist and visited and stayed in Kashmir for a while. But you knew that to an extent, it was the forbearance of the terrorists. The terrorists held back because they wanted to please their Kashmiri links. In this case, very clearly, the terrorist attack has been completely, has blasted the Kashmiri links. They have trashed their Kashmiri links. The Kashmiris are extremely unhappy. This has been a disaster. This has turned out to be a disaster for Kashmir.
But why would they do that, Brahmachalani, given that the terrorists depend on OGW's, overground workers, terrorist sympathizers called Hamdards for support? When you attack tourists in this fashion, you cripple the local economy, which by some estimates is worth 21,000 crore rupees just around tourism. There were 2.4 million tourists who came, according to figures put out by Omar Abdullah. That's a very big number in terms of just sheer number of tourists and in terms of the economic value that they produce. By attacking that, you're not just attacking these tourists, you're also attacking tourism in Kashmir. Why would the terrorists do that, you think?
That's because the terrorists behind yesterday's massacre are not local people. After all, why would they seek to undermine the local economy, which relies on tourism for sustenance? And that is also why there is such anger in Kashmir Valley against the slaughter of yesterday. For the first time in the Kashmir Valley, people have come out on the streets in solidarity with the victims and against the perpetrators of this terror attack. But I think we have to look beyond the law and order issue. Of course, we need to do whatever is necessary to deter terror attacks. But terrorism cannot be effectively contained if it's treated solely as a law and order issue that requires more and more security or manning every dominant height, for example. To regard terrorism as a law and order issue is to do what the terrorists want, to sap your strength. You keep deploying troops everywhere. No amount of security can stop terrorism if the nation is reluctant to impose sustained costs on the sponsors of terrorism. So as Mr. Modi himself said in November 2022, he said there must be a cost imposed upon countries that support terrorism.
So
now he has to translate his own words into action.
Absolutely. And therefore, there's that much more pressure on the Prime Minister and on the Home Minister on now walking this talk and delivering something which makes people feel that we have been able to avenge this terror attack. I'm joined by Piyush Mishra. The Cabinet Committee on Security meetings just got over. Amit Shah is still inside, but the others, Rajnath Singh and the other officials have now left 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Are you picking up anything at all? I'm told that there will be a press conference by the MEA after 9 p.m. tonight.
Well, certainly, Rahul, what we are now told is that there will be a press conference and that will happen soon after this meeting, which has now come to an end. The meeting went on for more than 2.5 hours, in which all the members of CCS were present, including Home Minister Amit Shah, Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, NSA Ajit Doval was also there, Foreign Affairs Ministry Secretary Vikram Misri was also part of this, Jaishankar was also part of this, and after this meeting, which has now come to an end, what we are told is that Minister of External Affairs is now going to brief media about the current development. And as we are speaking, Rahul, Home Minister Amit Shah is still inside, and remember that he's the man with whom Prime Minister is in touch with since the time attack has happened in Pahalgam. He was also directed by Prime Minister to go there at the site, and Home Minister not only held a series of meetings in Srinagar, but he also visited the spot where the attack took place. He also met with the bereaved families. After that, he is now back in national capital. He also took part in CCS meeting, and after the meeting, which has now come to an end, what we're told is that he is still inside, and most likely the one-to-one talks are going on between Home Minister Amit Shah and PM Narendra Modi. He is most likely, is briefing Prime Minister about the current situation of Jammu and Kashmir.
Piyush Mishra for joining us. Thank you. We'll track, and interestingly, it's a Ministry of External Affairs briefing. So it's not the MHA briefing, it's not the Army briefing, which they will after the operations get over. What do you think, Manoj Joshi, of the choice of the Ministry of External Affairs to do this briefing? Sending a message to Pakistan, sending a message to the international community as well?
Absolutely. I think that's the first stage. Very clearly, in the politico-military strategy, the political part of it is coming first. And I think, as I told you earlier, it's not unimportant. Right now, we have a very friendly situation, for example, with the United States. The United States still has an enormous amount of clout in the international system, as they have made evident in recent times. If we can persuade countries like the United States, Europe, Japan, to support us on this issue, I think we can squeeze the Pakistanis, meaning, as I gave you the example of the Financial Action Task Force, I think that should be revived, and Pakistan needs to be squeezed.
General Hasnain, in the conversation between Prime Minister Modi and American President Donald Trump, it appeared that America offered all possible help to India. For my understanding, is it possible for America, for example, to jam Pakistan's radar systems, to disable their air defense, so that India can go in and launch a success? Given our current relationship, is that something India can bank on, you think, and can America deliver?
See, Rahul, historically, the relationship of the United States with India has been, well, very, very good. But with Pakistan, it's not been bad either. And you know the geostrategic location of Pakistan, how important it is for the United States. We've all assisted in our times. And therefore, to expect anything very proactive from the United States, even in Trump 2.0, to my mind, is too large an expectation. And
you think it's too large an expectation? Like, let me put that same question to Brahma Chalani. Can we count on America to, for example, when the Indian attacks happen in whatever form and shape they do, to disable Pak air defense, to jam their radars, to ensure that our machines can go through, our fighters, whatever attack ultimately happens, they can succeed without that much of a pushback from Pakistan?
Well, the reaction from the Trump administration, from the highest level, from the president himself, the Secretary of State, the other senior officials of the administration on the Pahalgam attack, they have all come out in a very forthright manner, in a manner that we did not see when the Biden administration was in office, when there were acts of terror in India, or the way Biden stayed mum on the Chinese encroachments on Indian lands in Ladakh. He didn't say a word for the entire 4 years that he was in office. And in a sign of renewed counterterrorism cooperation, the FBI last week arrested a Khalistan militant accused of involvement in multiple terrorist attacks in India. So clearly, the relationship between the US and India is bouncing back from the Biden era setbacks. The drift is over, and Vance's trip to India signals a new chapter in the bilateral relationship. It's clear that the terrorists chose J.D. Vance's visit to maximize the impact of their terror attack.
So you think there's a new phase in the relationship. Ata Hasnain disagrees. Let me put that question to Ajay Shukla for his sense on whether Delhi can count on DC to help mount this counter-offensive. They don't have to join the offensive, but help with the electronic systems. Colonel Shukla?
There is, as we had mentioned, a sort of a set of preparations and tasks that we have to do, a set of conditions that we have to create in our operational areas, and then having done these and put in place the wherewithal, we then wait for the moment to react. This is not difficult to understand. This is, and our military officers and so on are extremely competent people. But I don't think for a moment that we actually go ahead with a lot of these tasks. We fall short. We say that we'll do it later, and then later never comes.
No, but this is the moment. Manoj Joshi, for all the 56 inch ki chhati, ghar mein ghus ke marenge, we'll give a muh tod jawab. This is the time. There hasn't been a terror attack of this nature in a very long time. Definitely not under the Modi Sarkar. Definitely not on tourism. Therefore, if the Prime Minister, the Home Minister are truly outraged, this is the time to strike.
Absolutely. I have no doubt in my mind. And my point is that Balakot and the Uri attack, so-called surgical strikes, was simply not enough. They did not deter Pakistan one bit. In 2 months after the Uri strike, there was an attack on the Nagrota cantonment, where the 16 Corps is headquartered. 10 soldiers died, and we didn't react. And this has been a pattern. Sunjuwan, cantonment attack, soldiers' families died in 2018. We didn't react. And we have not been reacting. I mean, look at last year when the tunnel attack took place, where the workers in the tunnel were killed in Gandarbal. We haven't reacted. We didn't react to the Riyasi, where 9 pilgrims were killed last year. So what I'm trying to say is that you need deterrence, and deterrence must be credible. Meaning you must do something.
But there is a risk, and I want to warn all our viewers about that, and I want SP Ved to talk about it. It's good that the government is signaling very clearly that there will be heavy consequences in Pakistan. But what the armed forces would not want, Mr. Ved, is that pressure be made that aaj karo, kal karo, parso karo. You need to allow the military commanders the leeway to decide when to strike. You don't want this national clamor to build in a way that the armed forces are then under pressure, because they need raw operatives on the ground to scout out the areas, to see whether the targets that are going to be attacked are actually present there or not. You need to do your due diligence. You don't want to go in and throw a punch in the air.
Absolutely, Rahul. The operational part should be left to the field commanders, the chiefs of all the 3 forces. And I think that's what is being discussed today. The political leadership will lay down what could be the options and what could be the cost. After all, Pakistan is going to respond. So all options have to wait and let them have the freedom when and how to choose.
No, I want General Hasnain to talk a bit about this, because this is important as you think about when India's response comes, for people to have patience. And while political signal will be given in the CCS meeting, and that's already happened, to allow for the army chief, the CDS and the troops in Northern Command the freedom to choose when and where to attack and how to attack. Don't put them under pressure.
See, Rahul, this is something which is not a knee-jerk reaction as such. This is something well thought out. And even in normal peacetime, while we have been at war virtually for the last 36 years, all these contingency plans are there. It's not that the chief and his advisors have to now put their heads together to decide what the options are and what has to be selected, etc. These are all available and easily. The only thing is that you have to look at the contingency and match the reality to the contingency. There is one thing which I would always like to warn people about, and that is, so far India has only targeted the terrorist infrastructure. But the deep state in Pakistan is not necessarily consists of only the radicals who are also terrorists in many ways. The deep state consists of the ISI itself. The deep state is the Pakistan Army, elements of the veteran community of the Pakistan Armed Forces. All of them are stakeholders in the deep state. What aspects of the deep state can be targeted? Because if you want to make a difference, if you want to hurt him, you have to hurt the deep state. So that is why I would say, are we willing to actually target resources of the Pakistan Armed Forces, which will invariably evoke a response? Are we willing to do that?
No, but that could lead to war. So you attack, say, Pak Army serving officers or retired officers who work with the ISI. Absolutely. You succeed in that, Pakistan wants to respond, and then you have to manage the escalation ladder that could potentially lead to a far higher degree of conflict.
Absolutely. That's an option which you have to consider.
Do you think we should go for it, Brahma Chelani? Go after not just these random terror camps or launch pads, go after the Pak Army officers like the Americans and the Israelis did with General Suleiman of Iran?
General Hasnain has raised a very relevant point that unless you do not take on the Pakistani deep state, you may not be able to deter Pakistan effectively. But I think there's a more important point that we must keep in mind. India must fight Pakistan on Pakistani soil rather than fight Pakistan on Indian soil. Thus far, we have been trying to fight Pakistan on Indian soil. This strategy has to change. We have to take the fight to Pakistani soil. And why not use the same means as Pakistan does, unconventional means? Why are we only talking about kinetic means? Sure. Direct military action will come with risks, and its deterrent effects are likely to be more limited than unconventional strikes. Unconventional strikes can be staged recurrently. To take the battle to the Pakistani territory, India needs to be less reactive and more proactive. And that also demands that India should be willing to continue to impose costs on a sustained basis. Only then will there be sufficient deterrence created against any further Pakistani terror attacks on Indian soil.
Okay, so we've had an important discussion. I don't want to get too much into technical details because you don't want to be giving ideas to anybody watching elsewhere. But the fact is, as General Hasnain said, the options are well known. Now it's for the political establishment to signal which of those options they want to implement. And once that option is picked for the implementation of the options from the available choices about where to target, who to target and how to target for the armed forces to decide that, make no mistake, there will be an attack and there could possibly be a response. Clearly, Pakistan itching for a fight. We'll track all that happens very, very closely. I want to thank our guests for joining us on the news.
All right, viewers, the latest news break coming in from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, the Prime Minister's residence for over 2 hours now. The CCS meet, the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting is underway where India is mulling major steps post the Pahelgam terror attack. What can be expected, viewers, is a major and a calibrated response to the attacks is expected to be formalized in this very meeting. And when that will take place is also the big question. The Prime Minister is chairing the CCS as we speak. It's 2 hours on and the meeting is still going on. Amit Shah, who flew back from Srinagar this morning, is right there presenting a full dossier to the Prime Minister on what really went down. And you have the top brass in terms of the top 5 of the Prime Minister's cabinet with him. You have the External Affairs Minister, you have the Finance Minister, you have the Defence Minister, you have the Home Minister, and then, of course, the Prime Minister, you have the NSA and other security heads. This meeting has been convened to calibrate a befitting response, and the timing of that is also very important. It's a time in the backdrop of which the entire India looking at this particular meet to make the decisions that are required for a retaliation and a response there. All right, let's cut across immediately to Rajdeep Sardesai in conversation with the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Farooq Abdullah.
And as the country grapples with grief and anger over the dastardly massacre by terrorists in Pahelgam, I'm joined by a very special guest, the president of the Jammu and Kashmir National Conference, the ruling party of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and multiple times Chief Minister, Dr. Farooq Abdullah joins me. Appreciate your joining us, Dr. Farooq Abdullah, there from Jammu. Your first reactions to what happened yesterday, this dastardly attack?
I think it's the greatest tragedy we have faced after what happened and were martyred. And I think this is a disaster. We were thinking peace has returned, and great slogans are made that we have uprooted all these elements. I think those who said these things were completely unaware or uninformed that they still exist.
But the fact is, you're saying that these elements still exist. The truth of the matter, therefore, is, and you've seen it in your times as well, that Pakistan-sponsored terror continues to wreak havoc in Jammu and Kashmir over the years. And what are you therefore squarely blaming Pakistan for what happened in Pahelgam?
Rajdeep, we have faced this for past 40 years. We have continuously said that it's coming from there. Every time. We have never stopped saying that. We continue to say it. And we'll continue to say it till it's ended.
But who is accountable? Who is accountable? What is the solution? From the late 80s now to 2025, at various stages, Pakistan has bloodied the Kashmir Valley. How do you then tackle it? What is the solution, Dr. Abdullah?
That is the solution that government of India has to find. It is they who are responsible for the security and well-being of the people of this nation. It is for them to take the decisive steps to end this nasty things that are happening, and our complete state is suffering. How long do you think we'll continue to suffer?
But there was a sense, Dr. Abdullah, after the revocation of Article 370, that normalcy was returning to the Kashmir Valley. Major infrastructure projects were put in place. There was development. Elections took place last year with a relatively high turnout. Are you saying that this one incident pushes us back yet again? The government of India will say, look, we've actually made some tangible gains on the ground in the last few years.
Please. It is not this only Pahalgam incident. What about what happened in Bilawar? What happened in Jammu regions, in Rajouri, in Poonch?
But you
it's
see,
not only Pahalgam. It's been continuously happening.
Yes, Dr. Abdullah, but the truth of the matter is, let's be clear. You were Chief Minister for several years. At that stage, nothing could be resolved. Now you've got the Modi government. Earlier, you've had Vajpayee's government, Manmohan Singh's government. No government, no individual government, whether in Srinagar or in Delhi, sir, has been able to find a silver bullet magic solution to end cross-border terrorism, faced with a country like Pakistan that seems determined to bleed us in Jammu and Kashmir.
They have been bleeding us slowly and steadily. There's nothing new about it. For 40 years, they've been bleeding us. And they will continue to bleed us unless we start thinking and think positively of how to get rid of this.
What do you mean by think positively? In the past, you've been among the advocates for a dialogue with Pakistan. There are others who believe the time for dialogue is long over. Now you need to have some very concrete action, possibly even across the border. There surgical strikes have taken place. There was Balakot. What, according to you, is the positive action that needs to be taken?
Sit across the border. How will India respond?
Good evening, hello and welcome to our special continuing coverage on the aftermath of that horrific massacre that's taken place in Pahalgam yesterday. How will the government of India respond will be our top focus, and we'll have several special guests joining us, including Farooq Abdullah. But first, let me bring you the big breaking news at this moment. The Cabinet Committee on Security, chaired by the Prime Minister, has just ended. Key security meet has lasted for nearly 2.5 hours. Amit Shah, Dr. Jai Shankar, Rajnath Singh, NSA, Ajit Doval, all part of the meeting. The next step is a Ministry of External Affairs briefing that we expect in a short while from now. So we're getting the details that that meeting has been chaired by the Prime Minister. We're expecting a complete meeting, a complete briefing of the Ministry of External Affairs shortly. So, okay, Piyush Mishra now joins us from the Prime Minister's residence. Piyush, what are you picking up? What was the main focus in terms of how India is expected to respond for now to what happened in Pahalgam yesterday?
Well, Rajdeep, a crucial meeting has just concluded. Remember that the Cabinet Committee on Security meeting went on for 2.5 hours, and after that meeting, one-to-one meeting between PM Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah also went on for around 20 minutes. Home Minister Amit Shah has just left, and while he was leaving, he was also seen talking with someone on phone. So it was a crucial meeting which is now concluded. It's very short that Defence Minister Rajnath Singh would have briefed about the current situation, because he himself had held 3 hours meeting with the Defence Ministry officials, and remember that Home Minister Amit Shah was on his visit to Srinagar and then to Pahelgam. So Home Minister Amit Shah would have briefed about the current situation there in Jammu and Kashmir. And the meeting has now concluded. All the members have now left. Home Minister Amit Shah has just left. We are also expecting a briefing by Ministry of External Affairs, and most likely a lot of things are going to get clear after the government's first response come in officially, where we are going to hear from a ministry as to how the government will now move ahead as far as its promise of giving befitting reply to Pakistan is concerned. So the meeting is now concluding. We are now waiting for government's response.
Okay, Piyush Mishra joining us. We'll wait to hear what the official response of the Ministry of External Affairs is. But let me bring you all the top developments on that big story through the day. Anger and grief over that ghastly terror attack that claimed 28 innocent lives near Pahelgam, the nation coming together to take a firm stand against terrorism. The top 10 developments: Home Minister Amit Shah visiting the Baisaran meadow in Pahelgam to assess the security situation there. Shah assuring the nation that those behind the attack would be brought to justice. He also met with the bereaved families, many of whom were angry and demanding questions of the government. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has also vowed a befitting reply to those who committed the crime. He said those who planned the ghastly attack will also be punished. Let's go straight now to the Ministry of External Affairs briefing, which is taking place as we speak, to listen into India's formal response.
Ministry of External Affairs. I would also like to let you know that we have pressing engagements following this press briefing, so we'll not be in a position to take questions from you. We can do that subsequently. With that, I give the floor to Foreign Secretary. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Randir. Good evening. Thank you all for your patience and for joining at this relatively late hour. I have some prepared remarks that I'll share with you. And as Randir said, due to some preoccupations will not be able to take questions tonight. The Cabinet Committee on Security met this evening under the chairmanship of the Honorable Prime Minister. The CCS was briefed in detail on the terrorist attack on 22nd April 2025 in Pahelgam in Jammu and Kashmir, in which 25 Indians and 1 Nepali citizen were killed. A number of others sustained injuries. The CCS condemned the attack in the strongest terms and expressed its deepest condolences to the families of the victims and hoped for the early recovery of the injured. Strong expressions of support and solidarity have been received from many governments around the world, which have unequivocally condemned this terror attack. The CCS recorded its appreciation for such sentiments, which reflect zero tolerance for terrorism. In the briefing to the CCS, the cross-border linkages of the terrorist attack were brought out. It was noted that this attack came in the wake of the successful holding of the elections in the Union Territory and its steady progress towards economic growth and development. Recognizing the seriousness of this terrorist attack, the CCS decided upon the following measures. 1. The Indus Waters Treaty of 1960 will be held in abeyance with immediate effect until Pakistan credibly and irrevocably abjures its support for cross-border terrorism. 2. The integrated checkpost Atari will be closed with immediate effect. Those who have crossed over with valid endorsements may return through that route before 1 May 2025. 3. Pakistani nationals will not be permitted to travel to India under the SAARC visa exemption scheme visas. Any SVAS visas issued in the past to Pakistani nationals are deemed cancelled. Any Pakistani national currently in India under SVES visa has 48 hours to leave India. 4. The Defence, Military, Naval and Air Advisors in the Pakistani High Commission in New Delhi are declared persona non grata. They have a week to leave India. India will be withdrawing its own Defence, Navy and Air Advisors from the Indian High Commission in Islamabad. These posts in the respective High Commissions are deemed annulled. 5 support staff of the service advisors will also be withdrawn from both High Commissions. 5. The overall strength of the High Commissions will be brought down to 30 from the present 55 through further reductions to be effected by 1st May 2025. The CCS reviewed the overall security situation and directed all forces to maintain high vigil. It resolved that the perpetrators of this attack will be brought to justice and their sponsors held to account. As with the recent extradition of Tahawur Rana, India will be unrelenting in the pursuit of those who have committed acts of terror or conspired to make them possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we come to the closure of this press briefing. Thank you very much.
Okay, strong words there from the Indian Foreign Secretary. The Wagah-Atari border to be closed. All Pakistani nationals who've been given visas to India will have to leave the country by the 1st of May. And the Pakistani Embassy and the Indian High Commission in their respective countries will be downsized. And the Indus Water Treaty will be annulled for now. Pakistani Army advisors India persona non grata. So India's first steps largely diplomatic. Putting the diplomatic heat on Pakistan seems to be now step 1 that the Indian government has taken. We're going to process all of that. We'll be joined by expert diplomats to look at exactly what this means, what India has done. But the first response after the CCS is to take the appropriate diplomatic measures, Indus Water Treaty, visas, and indeed the Atari-Wagah border, all of them part of what the Indian government has done at the moment. So those are the first steps that have been taken by the Indian government, tough steps that have been taken in terms of diplomacy. But so far the government very cautious to keep the diplomatic steps that they've taken away from any possible security response and armed response that they will give. Joining me now is Gaurav Sawant. Gaurav, it appears that the first step is primarily diplomatic in terms of the response.
It indeed is, Rajdeep, and holding the Indus Water Treaty in abeyance is a very major signal of intent by the Narendra Modi government, and that's a signal that has been spoken of in the past but not actually actioned upon. When you say that Indus Water Treaty is held in abeyance, the signal that goes out to Pakistan is that water for Pakistan is not more important than blood of innocent Indians. And as you very well know, the three rivers in India is an upper riparian state, and water from the Indus from the Indus River and the three other rivers, very crucial for Punjab farmers, Pakistan Punjab farmers, and down the chain. So it's not that you're stopping that water, but you're holding the treaty in abeyance, is not sharing data, not sharing information. There are certain other clauses about the treaty which will be held in abeyance for now. Withdrawing the defense attaches, Army, Navy and Air Force, withdrawing the military attaches, reducing staff strength at the High Commissions from 55 down to 30. Remember, it's 110 is the sanctioned strength. So first our High Commissioners were withdrawn, then certain other senior officers were withdrawn. But when you withdraw the naval attache, the air attache, the army military attache and the support staff, that's another signal that is being sent out. SARC visas, everyone's being told you go back, those visas stand annulled. So, you know, when people talk about Rajdeep, that, SARC should be revived, Narendra Modi government has anyway said SARC has been held to ransom by Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror, and unless that is addressed, there is no movement on SARC. So, that's another very major signal that the government sends out.
What about questions over alleged intelligence lapses, the security situation, the unified command situation on the ground? Have those issues been looked at, or that has been left for a later day? The first step is what we've seen today in terms of diplomatically sending out the message to Pakistan.
Rajdeep, that's a pertinent point that you raised, but when the Foreign Secretary briefs on the Cabinet after the Cabinet Committee on Security, it's a message that's going out to the world. What we do internally within our country is something that perhaps the Home Minister in his briefing and meetings that he's held in Srinagar and with the Unified Command would be addressing at that level. But this is a much bigger thing because it's cross-border terror perpetrated by Pakistan. While we set our house in order internally, the message has to go out to that state sponsor of radical Islamist terror that they have to set their house in order. And it may take time, as the Foreign Secretary pointed out, Rajdeep, whereas a terrorist like Tahawwur Hussain Rana, when India made an effort and managed to extradite him and get him back to India, the other perpetrators, they would also go after, as we ensure, as the country ensures what is to be done internally is handled internally. But while we sort out a house in order, the external threat has to be dealt with in the form of Pakistan terror, Rajdeep.
We'll wait and see what next, what other steps India takes. Coercive diplomacy for now seems to be the first step that India has taken in the aftermath of that terror attack in Pahelgam. Thanks very much, Gaurav Sawant, for joining us with those details. Now, of course, all of this is putting more and more focus on the situation in the Kashmir Valley. Pakistan-sponsored terror has been something that Kashmir has had to live with for more than 3 decades now. Earlier today, I spoke in an exclusive interview to the Jammu and Kashmir National Conference Chief, Farooq Abdullah. His is the ruling party in Jammu and Kashmir. Listen in to this exclusive with Dr. Abdullah. And as the country grapples with grief and anger over the dastardly massacre by terrorists in Pahelgam, I'm joined by a very special guest, the president of the Jammu and Kashmir National Conference, the ruling party of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and multiple times Chief Minister, Dr. Farooq Abdullah joins me. Appreciate your joining us, Dr. Farooq Abdullah, there from Jammu. Your first reactions to what happened yesterday, this dastardly attack.
I think it's the greatest tragedy we have faced after what happened and were martyred. And I think this is a disaster. We were thinking peace has returned, and great slogans are made that we have uprooted all these elements. I think those who said these things were completely unaware or uninformed that they still exist.
But the fact is, you're saying that these elements still exist. The truth of the matter, therefore, is, and you've seen it in your times as well, that Pakistan-sponsored terror continues to wreak havoc in Jammu and Kashmir over the years. And what are you therefore squarely blaming Pakistan for what happened in Pahalgam?
Rajdeep, we have faced this for past 40 years. We have continuously said that it's coming from there. Every time. We have never stopped saying that. We continue to say it. And we'll continue to say it till it's ended.
But who is accountable? Who is accountable? What is the solution? From the late 80s now to 2025, at various stages, Pakistan has bloodied the Kashmir Valley. How do you then tackle it? What is the solution, Dr. Abdullah?
That is the solution that government of India has to find. It is they who are responsible for the security and well-being of the people of this nation. It is for them to take the decisive steps to end this nasty things that are happening, and our complete state is suffering. How long do you think we'll continue to suffer?
But there was a sense, Dr. Abdullah, after the revocation of Article 370, that normalcy was returning to the Kashmir Valley. Major infrastructure projects were put in place. There was development. Elections took place last year with a relatively high turnout. Are you saying that this one incident pushes us back yet again? The government of India will say, look, we've actually made some tangible gains on the ground in the last few years.
Please, it is not this only Pahalgam incident. What about what happened in Bilawar? What happened in Jammu regions, in Rajouri, in Poonch?
But you
it's
see,
not only Pahalgam. It has been continuously happening.
Yes, Dr. Abdullah, but the truth of the matter is, let's be clear. You were Chief Minister for several years. At that stage, nothing could be resolved. Now you've got the Modi government. Earlier, you've had Vajpayee's government, Manmohan Singh's government. No government, no individual government, whether in Srinagar or in Delhi, sir, has been able to find a silver bullet magic solution to end cross-border terrorism faced with a country like Pakistan that seems determined to bleed us in Jammu and Kashmir.
They have been bleeding us slowly and steadily. There's nothing new about it. For 40 years, they've been bleeding us. And they will continue to bleed us unless we start thinking and think positively of how to get rid of this.
What do you mean by think positively? In the past, you've been among the advocates for a dialogue with Pakistan. There are others who believe the time for dialogue is long over. Now you need to have some very concrete action, possibly even across the border. The surgical strikes have taken place. There was Balakot. What, according to you, is the positive action that needs to be taken?
Let me tell you, Rajdeep, I am not in command. And I'm not going to suggest anything to Government of India. They don't need my suggestion. I think they are intelligent enough to decide themselves. But I'll definitely like to tell them, you can't have dual control in Kashmir. Whereas Lieutenant Governor controls security, controls police, he controls the unified command. The state government does not have any say in these things. Imagine, we are elected government. An elected government is never brought into discussions when security matters are discussed. How do you think you will resolve these problems unless you have the state government and the people to sit with you and decide how to get on?
I'm told today there was a security review meeting and Omar Abdullah was not invited for that meeting. Are you saying, therefore, that Omar Abdullah and the National Conference government bear no responsibility?
Deep. Last time when the Home Minister came, only a week ago, he had security meeting. Chief Minister was not in it. It's only this thing, when this time this happened, Chief Minister was called into the meeting. Let's be very straight about it.
But therefore, are you saying the Chief Minister bears no accountability, no responsibility?
It's not a question of responsibility. You have taken him out of the responsibility. It's not we. We still are fighting. We are still bleeding. But the first person who died today in that act was an ordinary horseman, Saeed Hussain, poor fellow. He was the first man who jumped at this terrorist, tried to grab his gun and lost his life. He said, this is not right, what you're doing. He had that courage and determination to fight these people. We're not running away from it. We are going to fight them.
But the truth of the matter is, these terrorists singled out Hindus, targeted them, and thereby want to drive a wedge between Hindus and Muslims. These were targeted killings, Dr. Abdullah.
Rajdeep, it's not today only. They've always done before also the same thing. They targeted Hindus to create a wedge, which has now been playing heavily in the country. Heavily. We see how much division is taking place between Hindus and Muslims because of Pakistan's actions.
Are you going to put all the blame only on Pakistan today? What about Kashmir itself? The fact is that there is a belief that there were some local Kashmiris possibly also involved in this operation.
Who says no? Who says no? Were they not in when it started in 89? There are people. There will be people. They have to be dealt with.
So you're saying there are elements within the valley who are patronized by Pakistan. There are elements across the border who have entered and bloodied the valley. You are calling for stern action against all of them. You will support any action that Narendra Modi government takes. Am I correct?
Rajdeep, we all want to live in peace and harmony and brotherhood. Take action which will try to bring that brotherhood back in our nation at all costs.
Yes, sir, but you will understand the anger and frustration of people because 35 years have elapsed from the time when you were Chief Minister and Kashmiri Pandits were driven out to today what we've seen in Pahalgam. There have been repeated attempts made by Pakistan to bloody the soil of Kashmir, and yet nothing seems to change. That anger and frustration, surely you will share of the people of this country.
You know, today, for the first time after 35 years, whole Kashmir has risen up against this. Do you see this? It's a major change. Major change. They don't want anything to do with Pakistan. We are part of the nation called India, and we will remain part of this nation called India.
Do you see, therefore, anger and frustration building up in Kashmir against Pakistan and indeed all those who use the gun to resolve issues? You believe that Kashmir has reached a tipping point?
Sir, Rajiv, haven't you seen the anger in the valley today? Have you ever seen this before? Have you ever seen this? There's a complete shift. And I'm proud of that shift.
Will it last? In your view, will it last? Will it be able to sustain itself?
It will last so long as we live in brotherhood and don't create further communal tension. This will last.
Do you have a message for the Pakistani army chief who only last week said Hindus and Muslims cannot live together and emphasized the two-nation theory? Do you have a message for General Mir today?
I would like to tell the general, we never accepted two-nation theory. God is creator of everyone. Whether he's a Hindu, he's a Muslim, he's a Sikh, he's a Christian, or he's a Buddhist or anything. He's a creator. You cannot divide people on the basis of religion. If religion was to be a dividend factor, then Bangladesh would never have been created.
What is your message to the tourists? You will understand that tourists are fearful now. They are leaving the valley in droves. This was expected to be the big bumper tourist season in the Kashmir Valley. What will you tell those grief-stricken victims as well as those who have... Yes, go ahead.
We tell them, by not coming, you are going to win the battle that Pakistan is trying to win. Come in larger numbers, so that we can tell them that you cannot deter us. This is our land, and we are going to come in herds here. Don't be afraid. We have to fight them. And by not coming, you are already given to Pakistan acts.
Sir, there are those who are calling today for ministerial resignations, that the Home Minister must be held accountable. There were intelligence lapses. What's your view? Should this be a moment to play politics, or is this a moment to stand united in grief and anger?
I think we should stand united and not try to put fingers at each other. Not. This is the moment when nation must stand together, as they stood together when Kargil war took place. We need that unity today. We need that understanding between each other. Hold each other's hand and show our enemy that we are not going to be defeated. We are not going to accept your hegemony. You know, I didn't give an interview to any media. I gave of this interview because you're one man in this country who stands for truth, who stands for brotherhood, who stands for unity of every man. That is why I gave you this interview, because I'm proud of you. So that you're not afraid to use your word.
Sir, my thoughts though today, I'm very kind, sir, but my thoughts today are with the victims, with the families, and with the people who have lost their near and dear ones, as I'm sure are your thoughts and prayers as well, Dr. Abdullah.
Absolutely, Rajdeep. I cannot tell you how much I didn't have the words. I can't even think that such a thing could happen to people who had gone for enjoyment and they had to meet their death. It just shook me. I'm still not normal. I don't think I'll be normal ever, what they have done.
Dr. Abdullah, I understand. I know that your pain and anguish, you told me this morning also, is genuine. You haven't slept all night. You said you were shaken by what's happened, as the nation has been. But as you rightly said, this is a moment also for collective resolve and to send out a firm message to those who try and divide us. Farooq Abdullah, for joining me here today.
We are not going to bow. That they should understand.
Yes, sir. Dr. Farooq Abdullah, thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you, Raji. Thank you.
Okay, my next guest is also a very special one. I'm joined by General VP Malik, former Chief of Army Staff. He was Chief of Army Staff when the Kargil operation took place. General Malik, thank you very much for joining us. As you can well understand, a lot of anger, grief after this horrific massacre in Pahelgam. What, according to you, is the right way to respond to what, by all accounts, is yet another example of Pakistan-sponsored terror targeting innocent civilians this time?
Good evening, Rajdeep. I think first thing we have to face some truths. The truth is that our Western neighbor, Pakistan, they have always been encouraging jihadi elements, anti-Indian attitude, and now also anti-Hindu attitude. You have covered Asim Munir's open public statement where he has said that two-nation theory has to stay, or he wants that, he believes in that, and also that Hindus and Muslims are totally apart. And now this kind of a thing, the attitude from the other side, the mindset is now getting aggravated, and it is encouraging the terrorist element, which the ISI has been harboring, supporting. So the truth is that we have to face these incidents, isolated terrorist attacks. They have been going on for last so many years, and they will probably continue to do so. Although we need to carry out deterrence, we need to also live with them. So that is the state of affairs today.
2 points coming from what you're saying. First, you're linking in a way the terror attack to what General Munir said last week. You almost seem to believe that this is General Munir directing these terrorists who targeted Hindus in this terror attack. So it is General Munir's mindset now being transplanted in these terrorists. Am I correct?
Yes, you are. And General Munir also controls Pakistan, as we all know. So he controls the ISI, and the ISI controls Lashkar-e-Taiba and all other terrorist outfits. So when he's sending an open message that Hindus are different to us, and so this time what you have seen is that people have tried to identify not as tourists but as Hindus, and then they have killed them.
So we come then to the question of the response. As we saw after Uri, there were surgical strikes. After Pulwama, we saw Balakot. But clearly, Pakistan does not seem to be deterred from sponsoring terror. So given what we've done in the past, how do we now go up a seeming escalator ladder to, in a way, send out a stronger message to Islamabad, to Rawalpindi?
Rajdeep, firstly, I have to emphasize that as a nation, we have to make use of all options and instruments that are available with the state, which means political, economic, diplomatic, and military. So we have to consider all those aspects when we are now thinking of taking action against Pakistan. But before that, let me also look at the protective measures. And those are, we have to investigate whether our unified command in J&K, is it functioning properly? Is it functioning effectively? Which means, what about the intelligence? Why we have not been able to gather any intelligence about these people who have come from across the border, or there are some overground workers who have helped them. So that is one. Second is deployment. Why have we not deployed adequate number of troops in these areas when we know that this is the tourist season and people will be going all over? Why only emphasis on Srinagar and Amarnath Yatra, or when the VIPs goes there? We should have also considered deployment of troops or policemen, whatever, in these areas, which apparently did not happen. So those are the protective measures which need to be investigated, which need to be assessed, and then effective measures have to be taken. That is the protection part of it. Now I come to the offensive part, the deterrence part of it. We cannot just do once in a while action like Balakot or surgical strike. Those have to be repeated whenever there is an action, whenever there is an activity from the other side, or whenever we consider that the red line has been crossed. We crossed the red line in when 26/11 incident took place. And I believe that today also we have crossed the red line. And therefore, some kind of a message, some kind of a strong, effective action has to be taken, whether it is against the Pakistani army establishment or jihadi elements and their infrastructure. Now, how we take it, again, it is a all-inclusive activity in which we have to Army, Navy, Air Force, and everybody else has to consider. It is not only Army alone or Navy alone or Air Force alone. You know, and this,
So what you're telling me is that this is a two-pronged approach in a way. One, fix accountability for lapses here on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir, and two, make sure that there is clear action, actionable taken against Pakistan for the manner in which they continue to harbor terrorists. Am I correct? Am I interpreting you correctly?
Yes, Rajdeep. Lapses, if they have occurred, people must be accountable for that. That is the protective part. And as far as the other part is concerned, you are right. All-inclusive approach to take some action against Pakistan perpetrators who have the mastermind.
But what would that, the question of course arises, as we've seen surgical strike, I repeat, surgical strikes took place, Balakot took place. It hasn't deterred the Pakistani state. This is a state, as General Munir's statement made very clear, which is obsessed with the idea of in some way bleeding India and trying to drive a wedge on this occasion between Hindus and Muslims in this country.
So therefore, you see, we are only trying to have some deterrent in this in place. And once, as I said earlier, that just one incident, one reaction or two reactions like Balakot and surgical strike, that is not good enough. Whenever something of this nature occurs, we should be quite prepared to launch our own offensive activity, proactive activity against Pakistani elements. And I think the time has now come for this. And mind you, even despite all that, you may not be able to eliminate counter cross-border terrorism. You will probably deter them, it might reduce, but I don't think you can totally eliminate that by taking these actions.
And you're confident that our armed forces have enough strength and resilience to take on whatever challenge may be offered by the other side of the border. Am I correct?
Yes. Armed forces are part of the state, and our nation state has that capacity, has that capability to cause harm on the other side whenever this kind of a deterrent is required. Deterrent action has to be taken.
Right. So proportionate action to what we've seen in Pahalgam is necessary to send out a firm, unequivocal message to Pakistan. At the same time, lapses on the ground in Jammu and Kashmir need to be fixed. General Malik, for joining me and giving me your perspective. Appreciate you joining me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The military options that might exist, but the real key now is diplomacy. We've already seen a little while ago the government of India announcing a series of diplomatic measures against Pakistan. Will India's diplomatic strike work? Was it really, in the end, a glaring security and intelligence failure in Pahelgam that needs to be addressed? And who will be held accountable? And of course, how should India respond to Pakistan terror? Two special guests now joining me. Yashovardhan Azad is former Secretary, Security Special Director at the Intelligence Bureau. And Vivek Kaju is former Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs. Appreciate both of you joining us. I want first, Mr. Kaju, to you to respond to what you've just heard from the Ministry of External Affairs in terms of diplomatic measures being taken. No visas to Pakistani nationals, cancelling of the Indus Water Treaty, stop at Atari-Wagah border. Do you believe these steps will work?
3 points. First, the Indus Water Treaty being held in abeyance is unprecedented. Even during times of war, the IWT was not touched. I don't think it's going to have a practical manifestation immediately, but symbolically it's important because water is an important issue for Pakistan. So it is a signal to the Pakistanis. Second, the doors are being shut on the Pakistanis, but not entirely. Because while the defense attaches have been removed, you would note that there was no mention that the weekly contact between the DGMOs has been suspended. I think that is a very, very crucial point, so that it is indicative that both sides, that the government of India wants some contact to be maintained between the armies. Third, as far as visas are concerned, again, it's part of closing the doors, the Atari border closing the doors. So this is the first step. I think the government needs to assuage public sentiment to some extent. So it has taken some of these steps, but that is not the real point. Just give me 1 second, Rajdeep. And that the point is that whenever there has, in the two previous cases, when India judged attacks to be unacceptable, it took kinetic action. Uri, Pulwama. I think this attack which should have been anticipated, because the Pakistanis made it abundantly clear after the Jafar Express attack, which they blamed India for, through that India had provoked the BLA to attack us. At that stage, the Pakistanis were quite clear, and I've written about this. So in this case, I think what we are trying to do is to do a holding action, but ultimately, because this is an unacceptable attack, based on the past two precedents, I do not see how the public in India, or public opinion in India, will accept anything less than a kinetic action against the Pakistanis. The kind of kinetic action that the government will have to decide very, very carefully, but the precedents are there. And will the people be satisfied with what the Foreign Secretary announced today? I can assure you, no.
Okay. I'm going to come to the Balochistan point later, because that's an interesting point. Has Pakistan retaliated for what they believe was Indian involvement in that train terror strike that the BLA pulled off in Balochistan? But Yashovardhan Azad, you've worked carefully with intelligence. In all of this, while the focus is on India's diplomatic strike, it's on in some way assuaging public sentiment. There are questions about accountability, about intelligence failures. Should those be asked today or not?
Well, you know, this is a regular exercise, the intelligence failures, who was accountable. But right now, it's a make and break situation, Rajdeep, that is going to be held in a routine manner. Today, the question is, in 1.5 days, we have been waffling about many things. I think clarity should be there in what should be done now. And I totally agree with you when you talk about the options straight away. Let me give you 3 straight options. Let me ask you, what is the benefit of ceasefire, which we are having since 2021? It has helped the Pakistani troops to move about 70 to 80,000 on the Afghan border. It has helped them to commit savagery against the Balochis by diverting a large part of the army over there. It has given them tremendous respite to be able to train and send properly and arm all these Lashkar-e-Taiba coverts, whether you call them TRF or something. How is it benefiting us? Earlier on, whenever there were cross-border violations, the BSF used to pound their posts across the border. It is time to finish this kind of this exercise, this fraud only helping. That is number one. Number two, the cost should also be made very, very high in covert ways, which we should push further. And number three, NIA, after I'm sure with the security grid we have, we'll be able to catch these guys, and then we should inform every world capital about their complicity and then do an official attack. This is a time when the entire world is with you, except perhaps Turkey or China, maybe one odd country. And if you don't attack now, take out those 12 or 13, Lashkar-e-Taiba and JM hideouts openly. tomorrow, I think we'll be in a very, very sad position.
Easier said than done, of course. That it is high risk, but you're saying that is a risk worth taking.
It's a
Vivek
risk
Kaju,
yeah.
Vivek Kaju, you mentioned about your belief that this could have been a retaliation for what happened last month in Baluchistan, the Pakistan army embarrassed and chafing at the bit. Do you believe, therefore, we should have been prepared for Pahelgam? Is that a message in a way that you're sending? There should have been a recognition that the Pakistan army would be up to mischief.
Rajdeep, I entirely agree with what was said earlier, that this is a time for national solidarity. This is not a time for exhuming either the recent or the remote past. We all have to stand as one. But since you've asked me this question, I wrote an article. It's on record.
I saw it.
So
are you convinced that there is a link between what happened in Baluchistan, where the Pakistani army blamed India, and what has now happened? Is that what you're saying?
That is what I was afraid of. That is why I wrote that it is possible that in the foreseeable future, the Pakistanis would engineer or sponsor a terrorist attack against us. You've seen it. I also wrote in that article, as you would have noticed, that the government of India would have taken note of this. Our agencies would have taken note of it. And I made some suggestions of what we should do, including putting the Pakistanis on notice and putting world capitals informing world capitals that if there is an escalation, that we've nothing to do with this BLA attack, but if there's an escalation from the Pakistan side, then it will be Pakistan's responsibility if the escalatory ladder is...
but how far... But that comes, here you've got Yashovardhan Azad saying we should be willing to go on an offensive. This is time for war in a way. Do you believe that that is possible? That's a realistic option between two nuclear neighbors?
Look, this is always a dilemma, but I do believe that under what is called the nuclear overhang, there is space for action. The Pakistanis, on the other hand, have always pressed the international community that it is much too dangerous for any kind of kinetic action, because the escalatory ladder can be used or will be invoked. My point has always been that the first step on an escalatory ladder is a terrorist attack like the kind which took place in Pahelgam yesterday. The world, we have, unfortunately, after the Pulwama attack, while we announced a doctrine of preemption, we did not press that doctrine of preemption. We did not make the world aware that, listen, this is our doctrine now. I do believe that at the right time, today is the time for the nation to stand as one, to be behind the government, to be with them on whatever decision they take. And I do believe that Mr. Modi and the CCS will be left with no option but to take some form of kinetic action. And that, the nation must stand firm. But at the right time, we've got to make our doctrines known to the world. That is how major powers, and a responsible power like India, a country which is the 5th largest economy, as we often say, on the path to being the 3rd largest economy, behaves, conducts itself.
Okay, can I get Yashovardhan Azad then to give a final word? Yashovardhan Azad, do you believe that these are risks worth taking, that this is a moment, or should one... Is this a mood for a gradual escalatory spiral? Today we've had a diplomatic strike, cancel the Indus Water Treaty, go up the escalatory ladder and see where it takes us. The Pakistanis are already denying any involvement.
Rajdeep, the savagery which has happened in Pahelgam is reminiscent of the Islamist hardline terrorist actions by the ISIS. The ISIS and these terrorist outfits will not understand your diplomatic parleys, will not understand your gradual calibrated response and things like that. It will appreciate a hard strike. Today the country is absolutely pulverized after what happened in the Mumbai attacks. Since then, we have never seen a carnage like this. if you don't respond now and you keep yourself, fearing the so-called nuclear blackmail, which is always behind your ear. Pakistan will always do it. But today is the time to strike. This is the way you can do it. Cut the ceasefire agreement. It doesn't help us in any way. Today, the world capitals are with you. This is an opportune time, and make it official and open. Rather not live with this kind of, regular attacks, especially of this kind, in which the nation is attacking you and the international community.
We'll have much more with you and other guests in the days ahead, looking at specifics of how India should respond. Clearly, a red line is being drawn in the sand with what has happened in Pahelgam. But Vivek Kaju and Yashovardhan Azad, thank you very much for sharing your wisdom with me here today. At the end of the day, for all the hope of a response that is proportionate, the real grief is that of the 28 innocent lives lost in one of the deadliest terror attacks in recent times. The stories they hope to bring back as tourists from Kashmir, the enjoyment of joy of being in the verdant meadows of Pahelgam, are now shrouded in grief and silence. These are the stories of the victims of Pahelgam.
28 Indian civilians on a vacation with their family to Kashmir now return in coffins. Identified as Hindus, shot dead at point-blank range in Pakistan's sponsored radical Islamist terror attack. Among them, 3 newly married couples, now survived by young grieving widows. 26-year-old Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, an Indian Navy officer, got married only a week back and was on honeymoon with his wife. Posted in Kochi, he had joined the Navy just 2 years ago and was known among peers and superiors as a dedicated and promising officer.
क्या बोलते भेलपुरी खाली से मेरा पति साइड में था एक इंसान है उसने उसको गोली मार दी यहाँ पे उसने बोला कि शायद मुस्लिम नहीं है उसने उसको गोली मार दी.
This heart-wrenching moment captured of his young widow sitting by Narwal's mortal remains has turned into a defining image of the Pahelgam carnage. Himanshi now returns home with her husband in a coffin. Shubham Dwivedi got married in February, and now his young widow heads home alone with her husband's coffin. Playing cards at a hotel in Kashmir. Soon these happy moments with the extended family turned to horror. Shubham was gunned down in front of his wife after terrorists identified him as a Hindu. Among the 3 dead from Karnataka was 47-year-old Manjunath Rao from Shimoga. Hours after enjoying a serene shikara ride on the Dal Lake, their visit to Pahelgam proved fatal. Manjunath's wife urged the terrorists to kill her too, and in turn received a mocking response from the armed jihadists. She was being spared to tell the government about this massacre. 28 dead, leaving behind widows and children who watched the men of their family targeted. A nightmare that India will never forget. Bureau Report, India Today.
Truly saddening images there. My take. It is 24 hours now since the horrific massacre in Pahelgam that claimed at least 28 innocent lives. There is grief, and yes, there is understandable rage. This is a wake-up call for all those who mistakenly thought that simply the removal of Article 370 had restored normalcy in the Kashmir Valley. Let's get this straight. Normalcy and cross-border terror cannot coexist. Fact is, Pakistan-sponsored Lashkar groups have got away with terror for too long with too few costs. The first step, therefore, must be to ensure that the foot soldiers and their patrons are brought to justice. How this is to be done is best left to our security agencies. This is not a time for political finger-pointing, but accountability for lapses must be eventually fixed. Ministerial resignations will not end the menace of cross-border terror, nor will high-pitched rhetoric here in TV studios. What is needed is maturity, not recklessness. It is very easy for me to call for revenge in a TV studio. What is more difficult is to ensure that Pakistan doesn't succeed in its attempt to drive a wedge between Hindus and Muslims amongst each and every one of us. Our strength of this great country of India is in our unity in Kashmir and beyond in every corner of India. The message, therefore, to a rogue and dysfunctional Pakistani army state must be loud and clear. India's resolve to fight terror will not weaken. This fight cannot be waged by directing our ire at Indian Muslims or indeed at Kashmiri brothers and sisters, all of whom are speaking out strongly today against terrorists. This fight is against a country whose army chief used the most obnoxious jingoistic language only a few days ago while claiming Hindus and Muslims cannot live together. Well, General Munir, India is proof of religious coexistence. Pakistan is an example of how shielding terrorists enfeebles and weakens a nation beyond repair. The blood of our countrymen in Pahelgam will not go in vain.
India today has spoken to several eyewitnesses, and there are several eyewitness and survivor accounts that are now in public domain, and each story is more horrifying than the other. These were families in hundreds who were there in Pahelgam, and this part of the Pahelgam, these meadows, they are very, very beautiful. By many accounts, more beautiful than Switzerland. But unfortunately, it's that curse of that Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. Now, families were describing that bright sunny day in the valley. Tourists were enjoying lovely weather, great food. They'd walked for about 45 minutes in some instances, an hour and a half in others. They got there. They were enjoying lush greenery in that area. They were seeing those wonderful tall deodar trees, and suddenly, amidst that happiness, amongst them were 3 terrorists who came from behind those trees. In one instance, they opened indiscriminate fire. The terrified people ran in one direction, and that is where they were cornered. They were made to sit down. They were segregated. Men were segregated from women. And then the terrorists started asking their names, checking their identity cards. And they figured out, they asked, are you Muslim? Are you not Muslim? They saw identity cards, and in some instances killed people at point blank range. Some of those images are so horrifying, we can't even show you those images. Sadly, 28 lives were lost in this Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror, and amongst them were 3 men from the security forces. For example, Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, he was on vacation, he just got married, he was on his honeymoon. Or that intelligence bureau officer, Manish Ranjan, who was there with his entire family, with his children, with relatives, and that Indian Air Force corporal from Arunachal Pradesh, Tage Halyang. Now, he'd finished his tour of duty in Jammu and Kashmir and was on his way back to Arunachal Pradesh. He called his wife, "Come, let me show you paradise on earth." And it turned out to be a day in hell for these women when they saw their men being killed at point blank range. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he cut short his trip to Saudi Arabia, and at 6 p.m, in less than an hour from now, he'll be chairing that very crucial Cabinet Committee on Security, and the entire country is waiting for India's response. Doesn't have to be immediate, but it has to be effective, demonstrative, punitive, and deterrent, so that that Pakistan state-sponsored, that military jihad complex doesn't dare to target India again. We get you more in this report.
Pahalgam, a tourist haven, turned into a graveyard after Pakistan-backed terrorists opened fire on unsuspecting tourists. The attack, meticulously planned, targeted Baisaran Valley, a non-motorable stretch, chosen with deadly precision. A place where tourists had no place to hide and where rescue efforts would be delayed. The massacre claimed 28 lives, leaving families shattered across India from Uttar Pradesh to Tamil Nadu. Among the victims were 3 serving security personnel. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, just 26 years old and newly married, was killed in the Pahelgam terror attack while on a short break.
Good evening, you're watching India First. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Within 24 hours of the Pahelgam terror attack by Pakistan, state-sponsored radical Islamist terror, the Cabinet Committee on Security, under the chairmanship of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, has decided to keep the Indus Water Treaty between India and Pakistan in abeyance. The 1960 India-Pakistan Indus Water Treaty is being held in abeyance. This is a significant, though symbolic, message that India is sending out to Pakistan. Water for Pakistan is not more important than blood of innocent Indians that's repeatedly spilt by Pakistan. Whether it's the 1993 Mumbai blast, the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, or a series of other terror attacks including Pulwama, Pathankot, Gurdaspur, Udhampur, Nagrota, Samba, Kathua, and now in Pahelgam. Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri has announced a series of measures that India has decided to take, which includes further reducing the number of Pakistani diplomats, officials and staff at the Pakistan High Commission in India. So from the sanction strength of 110, which was already down to 55 after Pakistan's Pulwama terror attack and India's counter-strike at Balakot, which India called a preemptive strike, it's now going to further come down to just 30, just a skeletal staff of 30. And this includes sending back Pakistan's military attaché, air attaché and naval attaché. They've been declared persona non grata. They've been told, you pack your bags and leave for Pakistan, and India is withdrawing India's defense attaché, air attaché and naval attaché from Pakistan. Let me quickly list out the measures that Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri announced just a short while back. So begin with Indus Water Treaty to be held in abeyance with immediate effect. India, of course, wants Pakistan to credibly and irrevocably take action against India-centric terror, which Pakistan has never done. Then the integrated check post at Atari. And this is an important post for movement of diplomats from one country to the other, and also for some other emergency purposes. Now, this integrated checkpoint Atari will be closed with immediate effect. Those who've already crossed over with valid endorsement, with valid visas, now have to return by the 1st of May 2025. Pakistani nationals now will no longer be permitted to travel to India using that SARC visa exemption scheme or the SVES. Any SVES or SARC visa exemption scheme visas issued in the past are deemed cancelled forthwith. Any Pakistani national currently in India under the SVES visa has to go back to Pakistan in the next 48 hours. Very, very important step. Defense attaches declared persona non grata. Their staff also told to go back. These posts in the respective high commissions are now deemed annulled. 5 support staff of the service advisors also to be withdrawn by the high commissions on either side. So the overall strength, like we said, comes down to 30 from 55. Let's quickly listen into Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri before I get you more, not just on the steps taken, but the ramifications. And are these the only steps that India intends to take? Or is this just the beginning? This is just the signal of intent, and the real action will only follow after this. That remains to be seen. But listen in to Vikram Misri.
Recognizing the seriousness of this terrorist attack, the CCS decided upon Indus Waters Treaty of 1960 will be held in abeyance with immediate effect until Pakistan credibly and irrevocably abjures its support for cross-border terrorism. 2. The integrated checkpost Atari will be closed with immediate effect. Those who have crossed over with valid endorsements may return through that route before 1 May 2025. 3. Pakistani nationals will not be permitted to travel to India under the SARC visa exemption scheme visas. Any SVES visas issued in the past to Pakistani nationals are deemed cancelled. Any Pakistani national currently in India under SVES visa has 48 hours to leave India. 4. The Defense, Military, Naval and Air Advisors in the Pakistani High Commission in New Delhi are declared persona non grata. They have a week to leave India. India will be withdrawing its own Defense, Navy and Air Advisors from the Indian High Commission in Islamabad. These posts in the respective High Commissions are deemed annulled. 5 support staff of the service advisors will also be withdrawn from both High Commissions. The overall strength of the High Commissions will be brought down to 30 from the present 55 through further reductions to be effected by 1st May 2025. The CCS reviewed the overall security situation and directed all forces to maintain high vigil. It resolved that the perpetrators of this attack will be brought to justice and their sponsors held to account. As with the recent extradition of Tahawur Rana, India will be unrelenting in the pursuit of those who have committed acts of terror or conspired to make them possible.
And for benefit of viewers who are joining us, what does the Indus Water Treaty actually mean? What is the Indus Water Treaty? What does holding it abeyance mean? Is this symbolic? Is this just a signal of intent? So the Indus Water Treaty was signed in 1960 on the 19th of September. It was signed by then Prime Minister of India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, and Ayub Khan on the Pakistani side. This was, of course, negotiated by the World Bank, and this was a very, very long negotiation for about a decade, 9 years to be precise. The treaty has 12 articles and 8 annexures. Now, what does this mean? The Indus Water Treaty talks about river water sharing between India and Pakistan, and predominantly the 5 rivers of Punjab, Satluj, Ravi, Beas, Chenab, Jhelum, and of course the Indus River. So India is to use the eastern rivers Pakistan to use the western rivers. So what are the eastern rivers that are allocated to India, or the waters of the eastern river? Ravi, Beas and Satluj. So of the Punjab, Punjab, Panch, Pani, Nadiyon ka Pani. So Satluj, Ravi, Beas, Chenab, Jhelum. So Ravi, Beas and Satluj. India is to use water of these eastern rivers. Pakistan was allocated water of the western rivers, 80% by Pakistan, 20% by India, and that is Chenab, Jhelum and Indus. When the Indus Water Treaty stands suspended or in abeyance, what will be the impact on Pakistan? Now, when you say that it's in abeyance, it doesn't mean India will stop water right away, because if India has to stop water, where will that water go? A lot of infrastructure needs to be developed, but that's a signal of intent that India is sending out to Pakistan. India, of course, has run-of-the-river dams. Pakistan has also objected to that in the past, but it's lost the cases. Run-of-the-river dams means that you can generate electricity out of that water, but you cannot stop that water or divert that water. Impact on Pakistan. Should India even utilize the 20% that's authorized to India and officially allocated to India, even 20% which is done, we don't even do that. Pakistan gets much more. And yet Pakistan is water starved because Pakistan doesn't believe in water management, or at least doesn't do it effectively. But in case India were to use the entire 20%, Pakistan would be in grave trouble. It threatens food security in Pakistan. It creates a severe water crisis in Pakistan. There already is one. Allows India to use water better, whether it's to generate electricity, divert that water, utilize it better in Punjab where it is required. And in Pakistan, a lot of their agricultural land, and this is Punjab, Pakistani part of Punjab's worst nightmare, a lot of their agricultural land could turn barren and create a massive environmental impact for Pakistan. And that's just one step. India is saying if we were to hold or relook or seek to renegotiate the Indus Water Treaty, Pakistan would be in grave danger. Pakistan now has to decide they prefer terror or they want the water. Mir Farid joins me live from Pahelgam, ground zero of the terror attack that took place. Shashank Mattu is with me from the national capital, was at that press conference. Mir, to you first. The situation on ground right now, counter-terror measures we are told are being taken, but Kashmir, is it already, unfortunately, feeling the brunt? We are told there are large-scale cancellations of reservations, tourists leaving, and this would, Pakistan's actions would really adversely impact people in Kashmir.
Yes, in fact, Gaurav, since morning we're seeing cancellations, and in fact, from yesterday the exodus started. As soon as the news spread, those gory visuals went viral. People came to know about it, and one would fault them. There were families here, and they decided that the best possible measure right now was to go to safer zones. Some went to security force camps, some straight to Srinagar. There are still some who are here, but obviously they're waiting for the road to open, Srinagar-Jammu National Highway. So already the attack having a ripple effect, a damaging effect on Kashmir tourism as was expected. But as far as the countermeasures are concerned, they are still ongoing. We've been told that forest area is being scanned, and as we've been saying since yesterday, this is a multi-force, in fact, synergy, and they're going about it in a calculated manner. They're going from different directions, but overall, if you look at the counter-terror measures, you had an encounter in Kulgam where it's still going on, an infiltration bid negated in Uri, 2 infiltrators shot, dead ammunition recovered. Multiple operations are going on. So quite clearly after Home Minister's visit, he has given a free hand, and it's not just about Pahelgam, but Pan Valley, they have been told to improve security situation and finish the threat and ensure that there is no threat, especially
and perhaps
from
stop
the
working
TRF,
in
which
silos,
right
have better coordination between intelligence agencies, between security forces, not look for laurels, but for terrorists, and neutralize those terrorists. That is so desperately required so that we can save lives of our people killed by these radical Islamist terrorists. Shashank, you were there at that press conference. You heard the Foreign Secretary. In the government, what's the thinking? Are these the measures that we're taking, or is this just a crucial first step, Shashank?
I think at this point in time, Gaurav, the government of India, when we spoke to them, were very, very clear that the Indus Waters Treaty is really the star of the show when it comes to these 5 measures that India has ordered, because Pakistan will understand how important this is. 80% of Pakistan's water comes from the Indus Water Basin. 90% of its agricultural output is sustained by the Indus Water Treaty. India is sending a very, very key message here. The treaty, as you rightly mentioned, was negotiated in 1960. It stood the test of time for 65 years until India decided to put it into abeyance. It's sending a very clear message to Pakistan that this is not business as usual. The ball is in your court. If you continue to follow these policies, we are ready to take steps that would have been considered unprecedented even just a couple of years ago. You are not dealing with the same India. Or the other steps that you're seeing, whether it's the cancellation of visas, the reduction in the diplomatic personnel, whether you're also talking about the closing of the Atari-Wagah border, India is sending a very is sending a message that, look, we just do not want to have the level of contacts, whether at the elite level or the popular level, that we once did with Pakistan. We do not want anything to do with you. That is the clear message that is being sent. So we can, number one, also, Gaurav, I also have to point out, when we were speaking to the government, they were very clear that we use this one word, abeyance. The treaty has been placed into abeyance because it could be revived. India is also very clearly saying that the treaty could be revived at some point in time if Pakistan reconsiders its policy on terrorism. So that is
that big message. Is India sending out that big message? Ambassador Rajiv Dogra, former top diplomat, joins me on the show, was a consul general in Karachi in Pakistan, knows the Pakistani mind well. Colonel Dini joins me on the broadcast, somebody who's served on ground at the line of control and at the line of actual control. But Ambassador Dogra, your appreciation of, let's take this step by step, the Indus Water Treaty being held in abeyance. Now, is this a symbolic step? Is this a signal of intent? Does this satisfy people more domestically, or does it send out a clear message to Pakistan?
I'm glad you started with the Indus Waters Treaty. In fact, my book, Where Borders Bleed, which was published 10 years back, had 2 chapters. One was on Article 370, where I strongly advocated that it be abolished. Second was on Indus Waters Treaty, where I wrote chapter and verse on how it was the most generous water treaty in the world and how it should be revoked. I'm glad the government has taken the first step in keeping it in abeyance as a warning to Pakistan, behave. But there's a background to Indus Waters Treaty.
Yes.
First, at the time in 1960 when it was signed, America was signing a treaty with Mexico where it was hardly giving a pittance of water to Mexico. But America was making sure that India gave the most generous water treaty to Pakistan, as its ambassador in Islamabad of that time wrote back to State Department that India is in big financial trouble. This is the time to teach Pandit Nehru rules of international behavior. So it was to punish India that Washington, through World Bank, made India sign that treaty. But now the wheel has turned full circle. Let me also recall what Jinnah said about sharing waters from India. This was before the partition. Both Jinnah and Nehru were there, and the British asked them as to what is your opinion. Nehru, of course, was generous, but Jinnah said, rather than take Hindu water, I would let Pakistan become a desert. So we have come to a point where if terrorism continues, I think not just keeping it in abeyance, we should revoke the Indus Waters Treaty, because nothing in the world obliges us to continue with this as long as terrorism continues.
You know, that's such a pertinent point you make. And, you know, I want to come back to you for more on Jinnah's point, but I also want to bring in Colonel Dini on the Pakistani mindset, which many in our country, unfortunately, fail to fathom, fail to understand. Colonel Dini, look at Jinnah's mindset. Muhammad Ali Jinnah lived in Bombay, enjoyed the best of India, wanted to be Prime Minister, carved out a separate country. That same hatred for Hindus. From 1947, Jinnah's mind, I would rather let Pakistan become a desert than take Hindu water. This was Jinnah's mindset. And 2025, here that Mullah Asim Munir, who masquerades as the Pakistan Army chief, you know, 50 Shades of Hafiz Saeed. I mean, that's the only way you can describe these Pakistanis, from perhaps Jinnah to Asim Munir, Colonel Dini. It's that same mindset. services understand so much better, being facing the brunt of it at the line of control for decades.
Oh, absolutely, Gaurav. There is no doubt that that mindset has not changed. That's what clearly was brought to the fore by General Asif Munir as recent as last 1 week before. So that is exactly the problem. Also, no, these people think that they can do anything with India and they can get away with it. That's the kind of mindset which they had right from 1947. However hard you hit them, they just don't seem to learn any lesson. And this particular this particular step of at least suspending or keeping it in abeyance in the water treaty, I think it's a huge step. Precisely because I think this will definitely bring about the behavioral change what we keep on saying. Why I say so is it affects the common man in Pakistan. We already know that the Pakistan army stature in Pakistan is absolutely down today. But the person who walks on the streets of Pakistan, he does not even wear the uniform, because that is the kind of the kind of disrespect the common man has for Pakistan army. Now, when this Indus Water Treaty gets, the suspension will create problems for the common man. He will ask, why am I suffering this? For whom am I suffering this? If Pakistan army has to be relevant, it should not be at our cost. It should not be at our cost. So then, then Pakistan army will, what we saw, what happened at the Corps Commander's residence. That is what is going to happen in the future, because these people will get behind Pakistan army and teach them a lesson. And what we saw in the Corps Commander's house, what we didn't have to do anything. This will be done by the people of Pakistan to Pakistan army.
But that's a pertinent point that you make. But will that actually happen, or is that a pipe dream? Because Imran Khan is already in jail. I'll come to Imran Khan's point in just a moment, because in Pakistan they say either Imran Khan will survive or Asim Munir will survive. And when he creates hatred towards India, then Asim Munir goes up that survival ladder more than Imran Khan, because then it becomes a question of Pakistan's survival. And Asim Munir, once again, instead of being the terrorist that he is, will be seen as the savior of Pakistanis. But I want to understand this from you, Ambassador Dogra, before I bring in Shashank and Mir into this conversation once again. I want to understand from you, Ambassador Dogra, what will be the impact on the Pakistani mind? Will there be an impact on ground just as yet? Or will India have to create infrastructure for any impact on ground? Point one. And point two, on the mind of the Pakistani farmers or Pakistan, Punjab and in Karachi, what will be the impact?
Well, the impact will start once the water stops flowing. Till then, the villagers in Pakistan is not affected. What the villagers and citizens of Sindh are most disturbed by are the news reports and actually action on ground by Pakistani Punjab government to build 5 further canals diverting Indus waters. So there's a big agitation going on. And in fact, Bhutto Jr. has threatened to walk out of the coalition if it continues. But there is big trouble in Pakistan about water sharing. So I don't think we have to continue to be generous at our expense. Let me give you another point in this Indus Waters thing. We were so naive when this treaty was being signed that the chief negotiator from our side, Gulati, in fact, again, I mentioned it in Where Borders Bleed, he said, I made a huge blunder. I did not think that our population would increase or industries would come up in Punjab and Jammu, and we would need more waters. So there was no provision for more waters. Can you think of another instance where we were so blind of our own needs? But let me make one more point, and that is the emphasis only on the diplomatic side of CCS meeting. In fact, there's a huge diplomatic, strategic message. If you read out Foreign Secretary's statement at the press meeting a couple of minutes back, in the end, he has a very, very strong message to Pakistan. That we will hit not just the perpetrators of terror, but also their masters, their sponsors. So I think that is the strategic message which people are missing and which people should keep their ears tuned to. The second strategic
or
message,
probably no, Ambassador. We were actually hoping to see that when we do, and we are very patient people, because we've seen after Uri in 2016, after the attack at the Uri military base, it took the Indian Army 10 days to respond. But within 10 days, the surgical strike had been carried out. After Pulwama terror attack, it took the Army 12 days in 2019. The Air Force 12 days to carry out the Balakot airstrikes. So we saw that subtext. And we're waiting whether it takes a week, 10 days, a fortnight or longer for India to respond, because that is an action that we want to see on ground and not just hear words. But I also want to bring in Geeta Mohan, our Foreign Affairs editor, into this conversation. And Geeta, you're plugged into what's happening across the border. What's the impact? What's the buzz in the Pakistani media? What are you picking up on the Indus Water Treaty and on actions that Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri just announced?
Well, the Pakistani media, Gaurav, has now reports coming in saying, citing sources, that there is going to be reciprocity. Not understanding the fact that India unilaterally did announce reciprocity. They not only said that there's going to be downsizing of the Pakistan High Commission here, that they are going to downsize the Indian High Commission in Islamabad by withdrawing key critical officials and staff from the High Commission. Now, one thing, Pakistan can always say that, well, that doesn't really make a difference because there weren't any official conversations that were happening between the two sides. There is another thing that they can say about the Indus Waters Treaty, which has not been completely scrapped or annulled. It has been kept in abeyance. But the fact that negotiations will not happen, this is just a step towards what could very well be India's ultimate goal, should Pakistan continue with its adventurism. But they can just say that. The fact of the matter is that these are important diplomatic decisions that have been taken. The international community is watching and taking note of it. There could be ramifications and maybe some decisions by various countries and how they would want to look at Pakistan. A dossier will be prepared, Gaurav, like India did all through 2008, Mumbai terror attacks, Pulwama, Uri, and the international community will get a piece of the document to understand the gravity of the situation.
Frankly, I don't have much faith in dossiers and Pakistan taking action on dossiers, considering the number of dossiers India has submitted after the Parliament attack, after Uri attack, after Pulwama, including getting ISI to Pathankot.
No. The dossier is not to Pakistan. Sharing with the international community to understand. So you get international sympathy.
We're too strong to need international sympathy. Why would we need international sympathy? I want to understand that.
It's not sympathy. It is not sympathy. It is action. There could be action and responses from countries, from unexpected quarters for Pakistan. There is no love lost now between the West and Pakistan, and how Pakistan has been duping them, not just with money, the aid that goes in, but if it is being funneled to promote terrorism, then I think there is going to be a shift. India is not the same as it was. There is going to be a change. There is going to be a shift. But there are two strategies here. One is diplomatic. Vikram Misri ended by talking about the second one, which is that the perpetrators or the ones behind it will have to pay. Expect a military strategy too. There is going to be a military response. The Indian administration over here is not going to just stick to one. The other will be employed. How, when, will be of the government of India's choosing.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And considering we've seen the surgical strikes, we've seen the air strikes, Colonel Dini, Pakistan may have denied any impact of the airstrikes, and Pakistan may have claimed that only crows were killed and trees were damaged. It was Pakistan's Izzat and it was Pakistan's Iqbal. They neither have Izzat nor Iqbal. If 12 Indian fighter jets can cross the LC, bomb across the international border, all of them can come back and Pakistan can do little about it. So neither Izzat nor Iqbal for Fizaya that Pakistan Air Force claims to be, Colonel Dini.
Oh, absolutely, Gaurav. It is not you or me who said that the Pakistan army chief was literally shivering And when this Balakot airstrike was carried out, it was said on the floor of the Pakistan Parliament by a member of the Parliament of Pakistan that this is what happened, and Khuda ke waaste Abhinandan ko chhod do was what they said. So they know it, we know it, what was done. So and I'm very sure that the powers to be there, they know that India will strike. There's no doubt, as Ambassador Dogra also was mentioning earlier, that this is going to be this is not just one dimensional response by India. It is going to be the whole of nation approach. That's what is happening. It is just not the military approach or a diplomatic approach or an economic approach. It's everything together, bringing the might of India, so that this kind of action can never happen again. This is not just an ordinary militant strike on India, Gaurav. It is much more than that. They had nefarious designs to create communal division within India, and to top it all, what General Asif Munir mentioned a week ago, it's a clear sign, a clear indication that the designs are much more bigger than what comes to us. It is much more bigger than that.
And before I bring in Geeta into this conversation, there's another personal barb or jibe that these terrorists had towards our Prime Minister, Ambassador Dogra, when the women said, "Hame bhi maar do, you've killed our husband, kill us too." They said, "No, we want you to watch this and we want you to go and tell Modi, go tell your Prime Minister." So, some two-bit radical Islamist terrorist is saying that about our Prime Minister. Clearly, it's a mindset. It's a Jinnah mindset that comes to Asim Munir, percolates down to these terrorists. Jao apne Modi ko bol do, which means they will see him as someone who's a big hindrance in their Ghazwa-e-Hind that they want to wage against India for such a long time, Ambassador Dogra. So somewhere down the line, India's actions will have to be much more than the actions announced today.
Well, absolutely. And what worries me immensely is the difference between the previous Pakistani army chief, Bajwa. And I'll give you two specific instances. One, which Colonel has just very rightly mentioned, that his legs were shivering when the Balakot was going on and our pilot had to be released. He understood the implications of escalation beyond a point. But this particular General Munir, is a fundamentalist, and he's a terrorist in military uniform. So I think we have to be very careful as to what kind of a reaction, what kind of irresponsible actions this general is capable of carrying out. So as far as the concrete actions are concerned, I think, as you very rightly mentioned, we have to wait for a few days, maybe even weeks, just as Israel had done, just as we had done earlier in two cases. We will hit them when it suits us and when we think time is right. But surely we are going to send out a message. And let me add one more thing. There was another very important message that Foreign Secretary has conveyed in a statement, that the military personnel of Pakistan High Commission in India need to be repatriated. We'll, of course, withdraw our personnel. And the reason is all these three wings were staffed by ISI personnel. So we do not want ISI personnel snooping around any longer when we are thinking of some action or the other against these Pakistanis who sponsor terror attacks against India.
Oh, absolutely. Geeta, the other steps, and let's quickly go over some of the other steps that India has announced. So, for example, this integrated checkpost at Atari to be closed with immediate effect. Those who've crossed over with valid visas and endorsements have to return on or before the 1st of May 2025. And then Pakistani nationals will now no longer be permitted to come to India under that SARC Visa Exemption Scheme, or SVES. What impact will this have, perhaps except beyond people-to-people ties?
Not just people-to-people ties, medical attention. A lot of Pakistanis, because of lack of infrastructure and facilities in Pakistan, actually look to India and come to India for treatment. That is not going to happen. The impact, Gaurav, is going to be on people, but then somebody has to stand up in Pakistan and stop the Pakistani military or the establishment from doing what it's doing. Keeping Kashmir at the center and the front of their policies has not helped Pakistan. Look, let me just take you back a little. We've seen terrorist attack in 2025. We'd not seen tourists being attacked in the recent past. But remember 1995, 6 foreign tourists were kidnapped by Harkatul Ansar, that's Jaish-e-Mohammed today. One beheaded. The others' bodies weren't found. Only one escaped. And Kashmir continued to be resilient. India continued to be resilient. Got up. They could not break Kashmir. They will still not manage to break Kashmir. My only humble submission over here is that right now Kashmir is not safe, Gaurav. But the day the Indian administration and security agencies say it is safe to go to Kashmir, don't abandon it. Don't stop going to Kashmir, because then you're abandoning Kashmiris and Kashmir itself. Tourism is the life and soul.
Very pertinent point to make there. I want to bring in Sushant Sareen, who joins us on this broadcast. Also joining us is Lieutenant General Rameshwar Yadav, former Director General of Infantry, on this special broadcast. And we want to discuss this threadbare. Sushant Sareen, you've heard what the Foreign Secretary said. You've read through that statement. The Cabinet Committee on Security meeting that started at 6 o'clock lasted till close to 9. Your appreciation of the outcome so far and that last paragraph that talks about what may happen in future.
So I think the decisions which have been taken on the bilateral front are very significant, especially the suspension of the Indus Waters Treaty. I think that is the single most significant step India has taken in a long, long time. And frankly, it rids us of the kind of obstructionism that Pakistan would create on the dams that we were constructing. And it gives us a certain leeway in the immediate. It gives us some leeway to disrupt water flows into Pakistan on the existing structures. But there are other structures that we are building, and now we are free to build them the way we want to build them. Even if they're going to be run-of-the-river projects, which most likely they will be, we can build them in a way that we can very easily start disrupting water flows on the main rivers from either the tributaries or the rivers on which these dams are being constructed. And that will have a devastating impact on Pakistan, because if you start impounding water at a time when they need it, that's the end of their agriculture as it exists. So that's significant. I think it's also significant that I hope at least, we've stopped this circus, very cringe kind of a thing which used to happen on Wagah border, Atari border. I hope we stop this nonsense that, like cocks strutting around. I hope we've stopped that completely, and we're never going to revive it. I don't think it behoves a country like India to have that kind of tamasha on the border. Third,
it's such a powerful country, India, and such a namby-pamby terror state, Pakistan. I don't know why we give them such level of equivalence that we permit them to stand anywhere close to us. It's just mind-boggling, Sushant Sareen. Couldn't agree with you more on this, but go on, sir, complete your point.
Yeah, and then, of course, I think there's been, again, a significant downgrading. We've probably scrapped the posts of the defense attaches, all 3 of them. And I think that's not a bad thing to do. And frankly, I don't know when these positions will be revived. We've downgraded the missions significantly. I would have imagined that it would not be a bad idea to downgrade them even more, leave out only about 10 people in either mission. But at least this decision has been taken. So
at least no overt ISI. Ambassador Veena Sikri also joins us on the broadcast. Madam, welcome. At least no overt ISI operatives in India in the form of the defense attaché, air attaché, naval attaché in our country. I mean, why did we have them in the first place anyways, when half of them would be spying in India and get caught spying? But Ambassador, your appreciation of the steps announced, are they more symbolic? Are they substantive? Or is this a signal that's going out to Pakistan, or is this more for domestic consumption?
an important signal to Pakistan. And I think as a first decision, what the Foreign Secretary announced is very significant. As Sushant correctly said, the decision to suspend the Indus Waters Treaty should have been taken a long time back. It was recommended 15 years ago and more that please stop. Suspend the Indus Waters Treaty because it is only benefiting Pakistan. They are raising every objection, even to our routine run-of-the-river projects on the rivers. And we go into arbitration and they raise just delaying tactics to ensure that India does not use even the share of water allotted to India and everything flows into Pakistan. Now that we've made it clear that we are going to suspend the treaty, we have every right to divert the waters and to ensure that they are used, after all, first and foremost for the people of Jammu and Kashmir. And these are the very people whom Pakistan claims they want to help. But they are the people who are being denied the water because of this very iniquitous Indus Waters Treaty. So I think that we are very correct on that. Secondly, of course, quite correctly, the suspension of the defense attaches, Army, Navy, Air Force will certainly stop a lot of illegal activity that they are doing. But I think that this is the beginning, and I think that the all-party meeting, which is likely to be held tomorrow, is very significant because it will take the whole country on board. And then there are many other kinetic measures which need not be announced to the public at all and which will be taken. But after tomorrow's all-party meeting, a number of kinetic measures would certainly be in the pipeline, and there's no need to say to anybody when or where or what these are.
Oh, absolutely. Let Pakistan sweat a bit. General Rameshwar Yadav, I also have Mona Alam who joins us from Pakistan. Geeta Mohan stays with me. And General Yadav, before I come to you, may I quickly go across to Pakistan and ask Mona, I'm sure in Pakistan everyone's heard the announcements made by India's Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. Any response officially or unofficially from your establishment, Mona? Anything, any buzz in Pakistan? What can you tell us?
Thank you, Gaurav. I would firstly like to sympathize with this loss of life. I mean, I always have and I always will. This doesn't have any ifs and buts. Innocent lives being taken away is a very sorry state of affairs, and my deepest condolences to the families. But, you know, the point is that I think this was extremely premature this time. Though even in Pulwama's time, I recall the blame was right away given on to Pakistan. Without any investigations happening. But this time around, I think the event or the incident hadn't even taken place, whereby, you know, social media accounts in India were abuzz of blame gaming and blaming Pakistan. But I think a thorough investigation must take place. This necessitates the investigation even further. What impact will holding the Indus Water Treaties in abeyance? India, you know, because if Indus Waters Treaty is held in abeyance, what impact does that have on Pakistan? Look, of course, water happens to be the lifeline, whether it's Pakistan or whether it's India. 1960s Indus Water Treaty, of course, you know, it's an international treaty. And in my own appreciation or in my own understanding, I may be right, I may be wrong, but as far as I've read about it, it cannot be unilaterally held into abeyance and it cannot be unilaterally suspended. I mean, this is my own appreciation. Pakistan can go into arbitration. If any such stern action is taken and is put in place by India, Pakistan has the right to go into an international arbitration on the matter. Of course, water is essential. I don't think there's any qualms about this. The water happens to be, you know, even in Pakistan, we are facing water scarcity. And as far as I know, there's a conflict already in Pakistan between two provinces, Punjab and Sindh. So I think what happened in your part of Jammu and Kashmir is extremely unfortunate. But I think an investigation must happen. Okay. I believe but tell me more, this conflict that is happening because of Indus Water. Okay, both Geeta Mohan and Ambassador Sikri want to respond. Ambassador Sikri, quickly before I come to Geeta. Geeta has a big smile on her face. Go and Ambassador Sikri and so does Sushant Sareen and General Yadav. Thank you very much for waiting. But go on, Ambassador Sikri, please respond, madam.
I must say, first and foremost, I think it's a joke to call for an investigation. This is typical delaying tactics that Pakistan has always been employing, even for the Bombay attacks, even for 26/11, and saying, oh, do the investigation. You know, Kasab doesn't belong to us, and so on. We've bought this line. Many previous governments have bought this line. This government is not going to buy this line. Please be very clear on that point, number one. Number two, India has every right to suspend the Indus Waters Treaty. There There is no way, because it has been unequal, number one, and in the implementation, Pakistan has prevented India from utilizing the shares of the rivers even assigned to India, apart from many other factors, and not being allowing India to do even run-of-the-river projects on these rivers that they have been held up, and Pakistan goes into arbitration and tries to present and raise objection, all for delaying tactics. This is not going to work anymore. The Indus Water Treaty no longer exists. It is in suspension. Please understand that and think about what you're going to do in the summer. Before that, I would like Mona Alam to recognize Pakistan as the global center, the epicenter of global terrorism. I think if Pakistan were to recognize this fact, then the people of Pakistan would be much better equipped to deal with their own future. Let them recognize that. Let him recognize that the world sees Pakistan as the epicenter of global terrorism. It's not India. It's the world that sees Pakistan as the epicenter of global terrorism. Please wake up and smell the coffee. You are the epicenter of global terrorism. Please stop it. The people of Pakistan can stop it. Please impact your own army and the ISI to stop it. Only then you can possibly talk to India. Till then, nothing more is possible.
You know, but if Mona Alam were to do that, I'm told several journalists in Pakistan have either been arrested or they've disappeared. Several have been shot dead in the past. Mona, you know, maybe it's better to just stay alive in Pakistan for now. But Geeta, you wanted to come in and Sushant wanted to come in. Go on, Geeta.
Well, just a limited point and a very technical one at that, because Mona Alam just said that Pakistan can go to the court of arbitration if and should India put the IWT, Indus Waters Treaty, in abeyance, which is what it has done. It has not annulled it, not scrapped it, not suspended, but kept it in abeyance for now. Having said that, Pakistan has already violated the Indus Waters Treaty, Gaurav. The treaty very clearly had spelled out that there needs to be a neutral expert that will look into the rights of waters for India and Pakistan. Now, that one process was underway, and only recently, not so long ago, Pakistan went to the court of arbitration, starting another process. India had lodged a protest saying that you cannot have two processes when one is already underway. So going to the court of arbitration, Pakistan has already done it in violation of what was considered as the first process in the Indus Waters Treaty, that is a decision by the neutral expert.
Fair enough. Sushant Sareen, you want to come in before I quickly bring in General Yadav on the military aspect of what India could, should and must do. Sushant Sareen.
Yeah, you know, Mona talks about investigation. There was an investigation in 2611. Please tell us what you did about it. Even you investigated it. You identified the people. Please tell us what you did about it. Damn all, right? On Pulwama, again, they have reached this conclusion that they had nothing to do with it, little realizing that the Jaish-e-Mohammed had immediately after the attack published a video of the suicide bomber claiming responsibility. Later on, they deleted it when they realized there'll be a lot of flack, and their masters in Appara, the ISI headquarters, realized it. They deleted it. So for the Pakistanis to pretend that they had nothing to do with it, this injured innocence which they had, nobody buys it. Thirdly, on this latest attack, this horrible massacre which these brutes have carried out, it's very clear that there were threats being issued from Pakistan, not just by the Lashkar-e-Taiba fellows who were openly parading around in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, issuing these threats. Their generals were issuing these threats. Their journalists, who are mouthpieces of the generals like Najam Sethi and others, were issuing these threats openly, publicly on the television channels. And yet you are asking us, how come we are blaming you? It's very clear how we are blaming you, because your hands are covered in the bloods of Hindus and Indians. Okay, let's be very clear about it. And finally, on the Indus Waters Treaty, you want to do something about it? Try your luck. Let's see what works out for you. But I would strongly suggest that when we say that it's in abeyance, basically it means that it ceases to operate, which also means that we are pretty much free to do what we want to do about it.
And Mona, I'm told Pakistan has very little foreign exchange. If that's truly true, if that's actually true, I wouldn't advise Pakistan to waste it on Indus Waters Treaty case, because you will lose it anyways and you will lose foreign exchange. Pakistan will have to go with a begging bowl to another country, and given India's strong ties with a lot of countries in the world, that may again be a problem for Pakistan, except China, but then you lose more territory. General Rameshwar Yadav, for joining me and being so patient, many thanks. You heard what the government announced. Is that enough in your military appreciation? There are things that this army needs to do on ground itself. There are some who've argued this Ramzan ceasefire, this India-Pakistan ceasefire at the LC, it's only benefited Pakistan. They were able to use troops in Baluchistan. India today has spoken to several eyewitnesses, and there are several eyewitness and survivor accounts that are now in public domain, and each story is more horrifying than the other. These were families in hundreds who were there in Pahelgam, and this part of the Pahelgam, these meadows, they are very, very beautiful. By many accounts, more beautiful than Switzerland. But unfortunately, it's that curse of that Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror. Now, families were describing that bright sunny day in the valley. Tourists were enjoying lovely weather, great food. They'd walked for about 45 minutes in some instances, an hour and a half in others. They got there. They were enjoying lush greenery in that area. They were seeing those wonderful tall deodar trees. And suddenly, amidst that happiness, amongst them were 3 terrorists who came from behind those trees. In one instance, they opened indiscriminate fire. The terrified people ran in one direction, and that is where they were cornered. They were made to sit down. They were segregated. Men were segregated from women. And then the terrorists started asking their names, checking their identity cards. And they figured out, they asked, are you Muslim? Are you not Muslim? They saw identity cards and in some instances killed people at point blank range. Some of those images are so horrifying, we can't even show you those images. Sadly, 28 lives were lost in this Pakistan state-sponsored radical Islamist terror, and amongst them were 3 men from the security forces. For example, Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, he was on vacation, he just got married, he was on his honeymoon. Or that intelligence bureau officer, Manish Ranjan, who was there with his entire family, with his children, with relatives. And that Indian Air Force corporal from Arunachal Pradesh, Tage Halyang. Now, he'd finished his tour of duty in Jammu and Kashmir and was on his way back to Arunachal Pradesh. He called his wife, come, let me show you paradise on earth. And it turned out to be a day in hell for these women when they saw their men being killed at point blank range. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, he cut short his trip to Saudi Arabia, and at 6 p.m, in less than an hour from now, he'll be chairing that very crucial cabinet committee on security, and the entire country is waiting for India's response. Doesn't have to be immediate, but it has to be effective, demonstrative, punitive, and deterrent, so that that Pakistan state-sponsored, that military jihad complex doesn't dare to target India again. We get you more in this report.
Pahalgam, a tourist haven, turned into a graveyard after Pakistan-backed terrorists opened fire on unsuspecting tourists. The attack, meticulously planned, targeted Baisaran Valley, a non-motorable stretch, chosen with deadly precision, a place where tourists had no place to hide and where rescue efforts would be delayed. The massacre claimed 28 lives, leaving families shattered across India from Uttar Pradesh to Tamil Nadu. Among the victims were 3 serving security personnel. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal, just 26 years old and newly married, was killed in the Pahelgam terror attack while on a short break. His remains were brought to Delhi, where his inconsolable wife gave a tearful final salute to her fallen hero.
16 तारीख को शादी हुई थी उसकी मंसूरी के अंदर, डेस्टिनेशन शादी थी, और 19 तारीख को रिसेप्शन थी यहीं करनाल में, और 21 तारीख को फिर वो हनीमून के लिए निकल गए थे। 22 तारीख को ये हादसा हुआ जिसमें उनकी मौत हो गई है।
IB officer Manish Ranjan was shot dead in front of his wife and 2 children. The eldest of 3 brothers, his family now demands justice for a life taken too soon.
বন্ধু তুল্য মানে আমার ভাই তুল্য বন্ধু। আমরা একসাথে আমরা ক্রিকেট খেলেছি, এক খেলার মাঠে আমরা একসাথে ছিলাম, আমাদের পুরো সার্কেলটা ছিল একটা। এটা হারিয়ে আমরা খুব বড় একটা ক্ষতি পেয়েছি। আর এই যে ঘটনাটা ঘটেছে সেটা আমরা মানে কড়া নিন্দা করছি। এটা এত মানে দুর্ভাগ্যজনক ঘটনা, এত মানে লজ্জাজনক ঘটনা। এটা আমরা চাইবো যে ওখান থেকে আতঙ্কবাদী সাফায়া হোক। এভাবে চলবে না, দেশ এইভাবে চলবে না।
IAF Corporal Tej Halyang was reportedly stripped at gunpoint, and upon discovering his IAF ID, the terrorists executed him in front of his wife.
जम्मू से पोस्टेड होकर यहाँ में डिब्रूगढ़ में आपका फिर से रिपोस्टिंग के लिए वो जो आने वाला था, वो आने से पहले ये जो अपना मिसेस को लेकर वहाँ में साइट सीइंग के लिए कुछ 1-2 दिन वहाँ में टाइम बिताने के लिए उन दोनों जो प्लानिंग किया है, तो उसी समय में ये हादसा हो गया है।
What's most chilling is the precision of this attack. The terrorist asked for IDs, checked identities before pulling the trigger. They knew where, when and who, which points, to detailed planning, and raises troubling questions about local support.
के हाथ में गन्स थी, उन्होंने आके सीधा धमका के जैसे 26/11 टेरर अटैक हुआ था ना सर, वैसे ही इधर आके धमका के वो गोली मार के निकल गए और भाग गए गोली मार के। पहले फायरिंग स्टार्ट हुई तो लोग जब भागना शुरू किया था, हमें पता चला कि लोग आ रहे हैं ऊपर से गोली लेके, गन लेके हाथ में।
क्या किसी लोकल लोगों को भी उन्होंने गोली मारी? क्या किसी लोकल लोगों को भी उन्होंने
लोकल लोगों को नहीं, जो मुस्लिम नहीं है, जो हिंदू है, उनको ही गोली मारी है।
As the nation mourns, the call for justice grows louder. Bureau Report, India Today.
Not one, not two. There are multiple eyewitnesses, there are multiple survivors, whether they are from Uttar Pradesh or Maharashtra, whether they are from Haryana or Arunachal Pradesh or from Karnataka. Their stories are identical. Their accounts are identical. The men and women, they were segregated. The women were made to see. Their men were asked their names, told to show their identity cards, asked their religion. In case the answer was not Muslim, if they were Hindu, they were shot dead at point blank range. The women and children saw this in horror. Can you imagine? We just are reporting that story. You are hearing that story. They lived through it, and those images will stay with them for life. I have breaking news that's coming in. That's a strong reaction that's coming in from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh. So Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, this is his first public response after the Pahelgam terror attack. He said, I'd like to reiterate India's firm resolve of a zero tolerance policy towards terror. Every citizen of India stands united against this cowardly act, this terror attack. And in the light of this incident, the government of India will take every necessary and appropriate step, is what he said. But he didn't just stop there. He then went on to say India will not just stop at those who carried out this terror attack, indicating that at least they will be brought to justice. But that's not all he said. He said India will also reach out to those who from behind the scenes were aiding and abetting this and were conspiring to carry out such a terror attack on Indian soil. We'll listen into what Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, Defense Minister Rajnath Singh said. There's more information that's coming in, and this is a very critical bit of information that's coming in. We are told that there is now a security realignment plan in the valley that is taking place. Authorities are working on a plan. And this is significant. This is significant because I'll tell you why there are those within our country who weakened our country's security grid. And I'll tell you how. But what is the government saying right now? That there's a new plan in place to fill that security vacuum with permanent deployment of army and central armed police forces and paramilitary forces in the mountains overlooking this tourist destination in the Kashmir Valley. Officials have told India Today in strict confidence that this realignment of security forces was required and was actually carried out ahead of that annual Amarnath pilgrimage, which begins on the 3rd of July. Security agencies are now planning to readjust the deployment of troops so that they are based closer to this valley, to this Bisaran Valley, and also secure the forest. Now remember, there are times when you secure the entry gate, but then there are times you're hit from behind, and it's happened with us. It's happened with us in Sanjuan, it's happened with us in Uri, it's happened with us in many different locations where one flank where you expect the terrorist or an intruder to come from, that's very well protected. But then there is a flank where you think the enemy will not come from. That's the place where the enemy strikes you. And I've reported from these instances from ground zero. So right now, every movement will be kept under check. There is massive redeployment that is being planned, and a plan of action is being put in place. It will, of course, require approval. But this was discussed in the meeting which was chaired by the Union Home Minister, Amit Shah. He's now back in Delhi. He will brief Prime Minister Narendra Modi. The final contours of this realignment, this realigned security grid in the Kashmir Valley will be finalized over the next couple of days. It's not just securing Pahelgam. It's actually trying to outthink these terrorists. The Amarnath Yatra sees massive civilian movement from across the country. And these Pakistani terrorists, incidentally, from what sources are telling India Today, they were tasked to target the Amarnath Yatra. But suddenly, Pakistani terrorists got very desperate, or at least their handlers got very desperate, and they wanted to carry out a high visibility attack. We'll also discuss that during the course of this broadcast. I'll get you more on the story, but now the attempt is to have a more foolproof plan in place. Before I get you more, listen in to Defense Minister Rajnath Singh.
और हम सिर्फ उन लोगों तक नहीं पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने इस घटना को अंजाम दिया है, हम उन तक भी पहुंचेंगे जिन्होंने पर्दे के पीछे बैठकर हिंदुस्तान की सरजमी पर ऐसी नापाक हरकतों की साजिशें रची हैं। भारत एक इतनी पुरानी सभ्यता और इतना बड़ा देश है जिसको ऐसे किसी भी आतंकी गतिविधियों से किसी भी सूरत में डराया नहीं जा सकता। ऐसी हरकतों का जिम्मेदार और इसके जिम्मेदार लोगों को आने वाले कुछ ही समय में जोरदार तरीके से नजर आएगा। मैं देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूं। यहां मैं भारत के दृढ़ संकल्प को दोहराना चाहूंगा कि टेररिज्म के खिलाफ हमारी जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी है। भारत का एक एक नागरिक इस कायरतापूर्ण हरकत के खिलाफ एकजुट है। मैं इस मंच से देशवासियों को आश्वस्त करता हूं, घटना के मद्देनजर भारत सरकार वो हर कदम उठाएगी जो जरूरी और उपयुक्त होगा।
Joining me on this special broadcast is Lieutenant General Arun Sahni, former Army commander, someone who will tell us more about India's counter-terror operations and what India needs to do, the bigger picture, the higher direction of war. Also with me on this special broadcast are India Today's Mir Farid, joining us from Ground Zero in Pahelgam, and Piyush Mishra, joining us from 7 Lok Kalyan Marg, where the CCS will take place in a short while from now. Mir, you're on Ground Zero. Tell us more about this security realignment and these Pakistani terrorists and the local support apparently that they seem to enjoy. Tell us more about their plans to target the Amarnath Yatra.
Yes, Gaurav. In fact, if they have hit tourist and in fact a civilian target, then obviously yatris are also not safe. And as you rightly said, intelligences warn that they...
After the Pahalgam terror attack. So India has announced that the Indus Water Treaty will be held in abeyance. A series of other measures have been announced. But is that all, or will military action or any kinetic action to punish Pakistan's military jihad infrastructure follow? I'm Gaurav Sawant. That's our top focus story. Let's get started with the headlines at 11. India squeezes Pakistan dry. Indus Waters Treaty suspended. Visa cancelled for Pakistani nationals. Big decisions announced by the Foreign Secretary after Prime Minister chairs the Cabinet Committee on Security. Union Home Minister Amit Shah visits the terror attack spot in Pahelgam, meets survivors, pays homage to those who lost their loved ones. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh says India will give a befitting reply not just to the terrorists but also those who acted behind the scenes. India today accesses details of Pakistan's Pahalgam terror plot. Terrorists used military-grade weapons. Digital footprint of attackers traced to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and to Karachi. Three government officials amongst 27 killed in the terror attack. Lieutenant Vinay Narwal's wife pays a touching tribute. They were on their honeymoon. They got married just 4 days ago. The world stands in solidarity with India. US President Donald Trump says Prime Minister Narendra Modi has his full support. President Putin, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni and the French President Emmanuel Macron condemn the Pahalgam terror attack. There will be an all-party meeting on the Pakistan-sponsored Pahalgam terrorist attack tomorrow. Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh is to chair the all-party meeting. Union Home Minister Amit Shah and External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar are both to brief the political parties at this all-party meeting. This all-party meeting is to be held at 6 p.m. tomorrow. The government is also getting a wider national sentiment, consulting political parties, briefing them about the Pakistani terror attack in Pahalgam and the government's action so far. What does the government intend to do is a question that the nation is asking. So some steps have been announced by Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, and these are diplomatic measures that have been announced so far. Significant, some symbolic, some that will send a message, and that message will take some time for Pakistan to understand. Remember, Pakistan is a bit slow in understanding some things, but Indus Waters Treaty, look at the Prime Minister's expression, very, very grim, very firm, as that Cabinet Committee on Security meeting took place at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg residence of the Prime Minister. From 6 p.m. till almost 9 p.m. This meeting lasted close to 3 hours. Various issues were discussed, both kinetic and non-kinetic measures that India must take to send across a message to Pakistan that radical Islamist terror perpetrated by Pakistan is unacceptable to the people of India. I quickly want to cut across to my colleague Himanshu Mishra, who joins us for